Check, check, mic, check. Okay, we are live. Let's get rolling. All right, let's make sure everything's set up okay here. Check one more thing here. Where's that microphone setting here? And there we go. All right, let's actually get straight over to the charts. We only have a few moments before a news event, so let's take a quick look at that while we're at it. So, news event, ADP non-farm employment at 8:15, some smaller ones at 8:30, and then crude oil inventories today. So I might be taking a look and seeing how oil trades, as there can be some pretty market moves on oil as well today. So we'll keep an eye on that. So 8:15, 8:30, we're going to keep an eye out for this. Let's take a look at the charts though. We have seen quite a bit of movement, and we saw this respected here as well. So we have, and give me a moment here, I think I need to set my out of offices on my main. Yes, I do need to set some out of offices here. Okay, great. All right, I'll deal with that in a little bit. I'm supposed to be out of office today. But I'll set that out of office message in a little bit. So for today, let's take a look at this daily chart over here. It does look like the bodies of this candle came back down into this bearish order block, into this hourly fair value gap, and we have bounced since then, bounced the other day, and are starting to see some support on Wednesday here. So my thoughts are, if we are going to head back up, then looks like we rejected from that new week opening gap low. So I do find that to be quite interesting. We have not quite made a high at all from where we opened, and in fact, we actually there's a little tiny little liquidity void from where we have the new week opening gap high. I'll point that out in a moment, but on a lower time frame chart. But for the time being, I think what I need to do, let's clear some of these up right now, so it's a little bit easier to see. So these sell sides are on a lower time frame. They might still be valid, but we'll keep that in mind. We'll keep those sell sides in mind, or the buy sides in mind, sorry. We came to a daily bearish order block and have since rejected from there. So it's a little bit strange though, because we're in this, we saw a really quick movement down to a key level come Monday. Tuesday we saw a similar thing and we came back up. Wednesday we're starting to trade upwards. So in general, I'm looking to see if today we continue this upward movement up back towards new week opening gap high. We would need to close above here for me to feel like we're gonna continue higher to attack eventually attack 16,257.5. I am of the impression that we are going to go higher. Even though we're at a premium here, I'm just treating the reaction here of this weekly imbalance like I'm trying to understand and seek out why price would be headed lower given this type of price action. Delphine, the bearish order block daily is open at 1223. Let's see, 1223. I'm assuming you mean December of, let's see, bearish order block equals open. 1223, Delphine, are you referring to December, a certain date in December of 2023? Not sure which one you're looking at right now. Or December, okay. What date are you looking for? December 1st? Well, if you're referring to this one here, then yes. This does remain open. It did come up to here and reject. So definitely am cognizant of this. So we'll see if this continues to respect this bearish order block. We'll call this a 12-1 minus OB. So we'll have that on our lower time frame charts. What else do we have below us though? So this is the outstanding premium BISI that we have. And let's also mark this as of 5 o'clock p.m. on the 6th. And below us, again, like this would be 15601 would be the target if for some reason we see continuation to the downside here. Let's go down to a 60-minute chart. So on the 60-minute chart, we see a short-term high here. We saw us trade down, but fail to trade below and create a lower low. So we see a higher low and a higher high displacement as well. That leads me to believe that we have a higher low, higher high. We have this bearish or this bullish order block on the hourly time frame here that we traded down to. I want to wait to see what happens at the 8:15 a.m. open. I don't want to take a trade before then. So I'm cognizant of this bullish order block here being respected. And at least in the short term, we have not created a lower high and a lower low yet. So I am still of the impression that we will head higher, despite us being in quite a bit of premium here. I can take a look at this overall range here, and I can split this roughly in half. So I know that this portion remains as discount still, at least within this greater swing, right? And then, so this remains as discount. And of course, what would that make this segment? This would make that segment premium here. So if I treat this range as my discount and premium, then I can treat any movement here, any respects of bullish order blocks and any continuations as discount as well. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. But if we see this fail, so we're looking at this from a slightly higher time frame even than this. Let's look at a 4-hour chart. So if we look at this 4-hour chart here, we see that we have a high, short-term high, short-term low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and then higher high here. And now we haven't made a higher low yet, but I'm thinking that that's potentially what's going to occur here. So keeping this in mind, let's head down to the 15-minute chart, see what we can find. So keeping this context in mind, we do see that we've bounced off of a hourly bullish order block, and then we also see that it is currently respecting it, but it doesn't have to. We could see some pretty wild movement on at 8:15, or we could see nothing very much as we're muted. We could see a muted reaction, but I would be surprised if we don't see a tiny bit of volatility here in a few minutes. On the lower time frame, I certainly do see us continuing downwards for the time being. So we'll keep this in mind. Let me go back to the hourly. Let me make sure I mark this bearish order block. I'm going to mark it with a black line just because that helps me out. And let's mark that as a 1-hour bullish order block. So we want to see that continue to be respected if we want to see price continue upwards. I am of the impression that we had left this original consolidation. We had left this a bit, so I want to see if it is possible for us to head lower, or if we respect this range here. So I'm unsure right this moment which direction it wants to go in. So I need price to tell me, hey, are you willing to go above the new week opening gap high to target these short-term highs? Or are you failing this initial run up and you'll continue to fail downwards to tackle this range here? So, and what might this range entail? Well, we have this kind of hourly chart here. So you can see on the hourly, you can see this area down here, right? Let me see if I can scrunch it up a little bit. So the hourly fair value gap goes from here to roughly there. And the hourly fair value gap goes to roughly there. So let's fix this up as well. Okay, so now you have that that hourly fair value gap. We see that we've traded down to the 25% mark. So the question is, will we head down to the 50% mark, or will we stop at that 25% mark and head back upwards? So that's what I'm looking for. Kirk, Elvis has left the building. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Glad to have you here, Kirk. Delphine, as always, happy to have you here as well. And we are going to watch and see what we get in 5 minutes. We want to see this hourly order block respected, if at all possible. Get rid of office replies. Give me a second here. Let's take a look at some of the lower time frames here, see if we see anything. We are right in the middle of this range. There's a 5-minute bullish order block down here we haven't traded to yet. We have the hourly order block right there as well, so haven't traded there yet. Let's take a look at the real-time hour charts. Yesterday's open, current close there. Okay. So yesterday we had this completely open and fill up that close. So we have this close from yesterday now. And we are priced just above it right at this moment. So this might still remain a low for real-time hour low. We're not sure yet, but we can wait to see how price fills in. Now note, on the real-time hour chart, note how we still have this liquidity void above the 12-1 bearish order block. So my mind says, hey, here is a pretty easy draw on liquidity that is nearby that we see price was heading up towards, and we see that the lows are currently, in the short term at least, being respected. We have not yet created a longer higher high yet, but we have created many liquidity voids to be traded back through on the upside here. If I can show this, wonder if this will show me on a higher time frame. So this is what the real-time hour 90-minute chart looks like. We can see that we're headed up into this fair value gap, or sorry, this liquidity void remaining up here. 2 minutes till this open. I'm gonna get prepped for this day's trades. And let's move this over to the other side here. Let's move our charts over here so we can take a good solid look. And let's live trade today. Remember, I'm expecting us to continue to head higher, so I'd like for us to see us move above this short-term high there. That short-term high right there. Let's see what happens though. I mean, we have a few more seconds until news is released. All right, so we headed higher. We need to see if this actually holds, but we did trade and have a market structure shift to the upside there. Okay, so entry. Stop losses below this here. Don't enter my trades with me. I mean, enter the trades if you see the trade. Otherwise, you could potentially lose money. I am not certified by CFTC to give you trade advice. Enter at your own risk. So we don't see a really strong response here. So I don't think this is going to go anywhere. At least not quickly. It doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere quickly. It's a relatively muted response. We need to see it burst above here at that daily order block. Otherwise, I'll consider closing the trade. But we do need to see price move above here and stay above here. Otherwise, we're going to potentially reject back down. Okay, so it does look like we're respecting that bearish order block on the daily. So we have to be a little bit careful here. Okay, so we need to have it hold here, otherwise we will close out our trade, or let it stop us out rather. I do see it entered another lower time frame buy side imbalance on a discount basis. So I entered one. It will, if it continues lower though, then that will have just confirmed that it's respected that daily bearish order block. But I did see it come down here and enter a area of buy side imbalance. And technically my stop should be here, but I don't think it'll matter too much. Where's my target? First target should be here. And second target should be above there. Okay, so We are in a premium after, or we're in a overall premium. So I wouldn't be surprised if this headed lower. We would need to see that hourly bullish order block be respected if we're going to see any continuation to the upside. But relatively slow movement right this moment. So on the 5-second chart, there was a buy side imbalance that I was mentioning roughly here. I don't know if it's going to stick, of course, but if it does, then ideally that would be the case. We see price has so far it has respected that lower time frame, buy side imbalance. I want to see bullish order blocks respected here, so we'll see if this maintains or if it craps out on us. But now I should be okay with keeping my stop loss below that lower time frame fair value gap, and we'll see what remains to be seen on today's charts. I want to see us close above this daily order block, of course. That would be ideal. And we will let the stop us out as needed. But we would need to see some movement above. And we want to see price also be respecting bullish order blocks overall. So we've raised our stop, and because if it fails here, then so be it, right? We've lowered our risk based on what we saw what happening in price action, and in fact, here's where I would like to enter more, but only because if we get stopped out, it's relatively low risk to enter here. So now we get stopped out. That's fine. It's to be expected. So it looks like it did respect that daily order block. So that is good to see. And it looks like it might have just stopped us out just to go higher. Good morning, Phoenix. How are you doing? Good to see you. So let's hold off then on the next trade for me. It looks like it headed down into this bullish order block on the hourly. So yeah, don't know which direction so far. It did hold that daily order block, bearish order block there. An hourly order block we'll keep in mind. We re-enter. See if that was a fluke, but we'll keep our stop below the rejection block here. One more shot. And of course, if it fails here, then we'll wait for the open and risk down. Let me see if I missed anything else. It went down to a 1 minute bullish order block. Okay, yep, I see that. So if it fails out there, then that's for sure. We'll see it remain and head lower. Let's see. So relatively muted response today. Again, each of my trades, I'm not licensed by the CFTC to give you trade advice. Do not take any of my trades with me. Only take them if you have a sound model and a sound draw, and that your model says that you should enter. Good morning, Bentahar. Good morning. How are you doing, buddy? So we've already taken this buy side yesterday, so I can remove this here. I've already taken this buy side as well. I can remove that. Okay, so we've seen a willingness to participate above here. Added in there. I don't know if I should have, but so I was looking at a lower time frame and I saw us trade down into a 1 minute bullish order block here. And I want to see, so far it has respected the bearish order block on the daily, but overall hourly has shifted upwards. So for that reason, I'm taking this with the consideration that we might continue upwards, especially since we bounced off of that weekly level there. But I might not be right, obviously. So I am taking that position, assuming that bullish order blocks are to be respected here on the way up. Again, though, that's what I see. You might see something completely different, and that's okay. Don't let me impact your bias, though, right? This is me calling price action the way that I see it. Very well could be I'm wrong, for sure. Like this daily order block, if we don't get above this and close above it, it's going to be a pretty strong daily order block then. So we'll see. You know, let's see what price gives us, and then we'll take what we can get from price as well. So here we need to see price close above this daily order block and have it not respected. Okay, good. That's what we would need. That's what we want to see. I want to see this continue. Looking to see if there's any other order blocks to watch out for. Good. That's good. We want to see that. 8:30 a.m. There's some news here, so be wary. I should be able to de-risk here with relatively low risk, so I will de-risk down to here, and that should be safe for the time being. Now we need to see us close above that daily order block, which we did. And so now what am I targeting? I'm targeting this short-term high here. as my first take profit, and then this short-term high as my second take profit. Okay, so we've moved our, we've seen price spike above there. We should be able to now move our stop loss to above that, or just below that daily order block. We want to see big green candles on the way up to take out this area of liquidity at the very least. So 15, what is this high? 15.9, 15.973.25, roughly. Good. So we see price go upwards. We can enter. Well, I should have entered there with another draw down to another bullish order block on the lower time frame. Show you what I'm seeing here. So you can kind of see why I took those entries. You can see where I entered respect of the bullish order block here. That was another pyramid entry. So here, remember that 15.973.25. That's my first take profit there. You want to take out majority of the position. Now I can move my stop here, and from here, I can move my stop up to potentially even this level. So I can move it up here. I shouldn't see price go below there. And we've hit our terminus. Boom. So I hope that logic made sense to those. I mean, for those of you who are here, hopefully that made sense from the pre-market preparation and tie to the bias. 16003.25 is looks like that might be our likely next draw, but keep in mind these three up here, this is relative equal highs already. It doesn't have to go any higher, but you can kind of see how this is relative equal highs already. It doesn't have to go any higher than this. This is where buy side liquidity lies right this moment. It certainly can, but it doesn't have to. I need to set an out of office message. Give me a second here. Any questions on that trade? I mean, hopefully that was helpful to give you a sense of what I was looking at. So remember, we got stopped out at first, though. I mean, if we take a look at these trades, note that we got stopped out because price came down and entered a 1 minute bullish order block there that hadn't been traded to. So you can kind of see this 1 minute chart down here. You can kind of see how price came down to this bullish order block right here. Bullish order block coupled with a lower time frame fair value gap. You can kind of treat that, that was the line in the sand for me. And I saw it come up from there, so I re-entered on the lower time frame, and I was okay with entering there. Added to on the return to this bullish order block here, and then we saw price continue. I was thinking about adding at this bullish order block, but unfortunately did not get the time to do so. So hopefully that live trade was fun to watch. informative. We have now seen price move to a key level of relative equal highs. That was also a draw I was looking for as well. So we probably may or may not see retracement here. Let me see what midnight opening price was. So we're right next to midnight opening price at this moment. So anything below that, if we had a bullish bias, anything below that was a higher probability buy. But we did see that London did not break Asia's high, but New York did just now. So looking at this, we can take a look at this swing here. Get a sense of like, hey, here's the equilibrium. There's a fair value gap down here. Optimal trade entry. Here. Let me switch accounts now. Okay, so we have this low to this high. As a swing. We have this optimal trade entry, fair value gap. Technically, there's this little one here down here too, and one down here as well on the 1 minute time frame. So keep those in mind. They might not be traded to, but they certainly could. And the reason why I think it could be traded to is that there's a bullish order block combined with a 1 minute fair value gap here. On the 1 minute time frame. If it were to go down to there, it's close enough to a bullish order block that's one I would maybe consider on the way back down. Give me one moment. Need to set up some of my work out of office messages. Come on. What is going on? Probably need to restart this laptop. Okay, so we came down into a nearly a 50% retrace there. We had a fair value gap, you could see, right near. This is a new week opening gap low. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this previous day open here. It's a little bit clearer on this chart. $16,050. Oops, I might have just deleted a line here. Okay, so it looks like price has respected this fair value gap and is on its way back up to target. A few of our upside targets. We need to make it above new week opening gap first. Hey Hamza, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? Bentahar, if you want to see a little bit more about why I took that long position, you can look earlier at this stream. I outlined a concept that that it's one of the ICT market reversal concepts. So it was one where I took the range that we were in and divided it in half, noting where is considered discount and where is considered premium, and use that as my model for today. Let's see. So we've gotten past the morning items. There's only crude oil inventories today, so no major impact news today. Hamza Zerioa, all good, brother. What about you? How are you? I'm good. I had a solid, $109 trade this morning. I showed that live in the stream as well. So feel free to and I was reading the tape and talking through price action as I saw it. So that is going to be a good one to review. Let's see. Price right now does look like it went down to traded down to this short-term high here, at least temporarily. Phoenix, you added 3 at 984. Okay, that's endeavorous. It's endeavorous. But if we get candle closes above here, then we might continue upwards towards 16,003. And then following that, new week opening gap high. And see, we're at 15,986. Yeah, we're in the midst of a previous real-time hour gap right this moment as well. So let me see if I can grab one of these to indicate where we are. So our price is roughly there right now. If I take a look at our real-time hour chart, this is where our opening range will be. And we don't know where this high will open, but roughly, you see that pink line on the right side? Roughly, this is where we're at. So we're going to open up with a big gap to the downside, and we'll be already, and if we go even higher than that before we open, well, we might actually end up having two major real-time hour liquidity voids to trade back down to. So that's something that I would be wary of. Don't know if it's going to reverse for now, but I'm not feeling price action does not look like it wants to just yet. I imagine that this will slowly continue to creep up, and then we might see a retracement at the open to go higher, to expand higher this week. That's what my take. That's my gun to my head type initial thought there. So yeah, so And if somebody has a short bias, that very well could be a valid bias as well, you know. Um, we're in the middle of a consolidation here, but for my intents and purposes, because we reacted so swiftly at that weekly level, that leads me to believe that we are headed at least up to the 16,050 buy side. Over here. And of course our 16,003 buy side, followed ultimately by the 16,100 hourly relative equal highs. That's what I'm looking for right now, at least. Looks like we had a buy stop take and it rejection. Let me finish setting up my out of offices messages. And then I'm going to trade crude oil later this morning on my main account, probably. Set out of office replies. Wednesday, 12/6. Okay, let's go here. Okay, great. 7. Okay. Make sure. Got that now. Need to make sure I'm sending the correct time of out of offices messages. Ah, there we go. Great. Now my out of office messages are being sent. Good, good. And I can take a look at what we've got. So I have a sprint demo at 11 a.m. Okay, so it looks like I might need to take some time today to join some work things. Let's see. Price target hit. Happy camper here. Cool. Good job, Phoenix. This little run do add up at the end of the day. Builds confidence in commissions, or they take care of themselves. Yep, absolutely. So what I see now is I see that we could. I would prefer if at open you saw a little Judas swing to take out maybe the 15,970-ish area. I'd like for us to take that out first before we headed higher. But I also want to kind of treat the daily bearish order block. I want to see us respect that as well. So I do think that we're headed higher for the time being. Let's see what happens at the new week opening gap, though. Um, I've already entered the trade based on earlier price movement, so I'm not going to enter the trade any further right this moment. And we'll keep an eye on the real-time hour chart as well. Mulnia Shigur, dude, keep going. Thank you. I don't know if you mean price or if you mean me, but I'll take it. There is a liquidity void up here on the, or sorry, volume imbalance up here. Very tiny one. Can't see it easily on this chart. It might be a little too small, but there is one up there. Okay, so I think that's it for me for the time being. I'm gonna go be right back. I need to use the restroom and maybe eat some breakfast. So let me say be right back. After the morning's trade, need to eat breakfast and hit. Okay, so it looks like we hit our 16,003 level. That was kind of expected. It's not really an important high. The really big one that I want to look for is 1650 and 16100 today. But I'll be right back. I need to nature calls. All right, I am back. Let's see what happened here. Looks like we traded up to the new week opening gap high, and lo and behold, look at that. We immediately rejected from there. Okay. So just think about price. Think about price here. So, what do we have, right? We have price where we've now traded back up to where we opened this whole week, right? So we had a severe spike down to a very key level. And in order for us to expand further, we need to be able to see price move in a fashion to the upside if we are to expand higher. Now, keep in mind, we are still within this consolidation range, very much so, right? So let me get my other setup started here. I run another setup on a different laptop, and I need to set up parallels for this. So about 13 minutes till New York Open. I want to see potentially 1650 taken. I want to see the new week opening gap treated as a balanced price range as well. Let me get Ninja started on my other laptop. And let me see what time. Our meetings are, so I can make sure I'm there for them. 11:30. Okay. All right. Let me check one item here. Okay. 919. We'll find lots of confluence there either way, up or down. Battle, if we break above it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so keep in mind a retrace to this relative equal high level could be a possibility. There's pair there with a bullish order block. I will consider taking a long if we do end up finding that to be taken. This range now needs to be updated to new week opening gap. So that is the entire swing, and actually this swing can be taken from here now. And actually from here too. Let me do it from a higher time frame. It would make a little bit more sense. Yeah, it's a little easier to see on the others. This is kind of like what we're looking at right here. Swing low, swing high. So immediately before market begins, we see that there's a swing high on new week opening gap that does seem to be being pushed through. We need to see a price. I need to see price blow through that pretty much and not reject from there. Kind of like we just saw there. So do you see that? That price signature is really telling how we have immediate relative equal highs forming and being engineered there. If we retrace now down to the 15,990 level, I guess we could stick to the 16,050 levels, or I guess the 16,003 level. I guess we could retrace there, but I'll keep an eye out for that. So far, we've engineered highs at that new week opening gap, though. Exactly. So we need to see what does this open end up doing? Does it just skyrocket and take us and head towards 16,100? Do we get any form of retrace? Do we retrace in the afternoon after hitting the 16,100? Do we keep going and aim for the monthly highs? I want to see on the lower time frame if I see price break out above new week opening gap high. I need to see I need to think about what retail is thinking about here. Because I don't want this to turn into something which reverses at 1650. And that's it. So I need to see if this holds on the minute time frame. Okay, so we closed above. So far. And there we go. So we took out buy stops there. Need to see if this is going to just reach down just for a quick little reach and then head back upwards, or if we're destined to come and take out. What I'll be looking for is if we can come and take this short-term, I guess, relative equal low out here. That's all I'll be looking for in terms of sell side to be taken. Followed by a potential return down to these relative equal highs, which would be at 15,988.75. Let's mark that. Okay, so we're seeing price seemingly supported above the new week opening gap for the time being. 5 minutes till open. So I need to see what happens at this open first before I take any sort of trade to the upside. Our bias does still seem to be to the upside. However, we are at a key level here at 1650, so we need to see candle closes above this area in order for us to feel confident that we're reaching outside of this consolidation. So, okay. So I will wait for open. I don't want to be positioned before open since I don't know which way it can spike. And then I'll see what happens during open. I am watching oil on a different screen as well. Looks like oil has gone down a bit. We'll see if it maintains its losses throughout the day. But it does seem to be on a trend to the downside for sure. Let's make sure I have the right contracts there. Yes, 160 tick. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's see, Phoenix, happy Wednesday to all of the trades. Manage your risk well, and you'll be rewarded. Absolutely. Okay, so now I think we can see that we have held. Let's see if this 5 minute can close above that new week opening gap, because then I would be a little bit more secure about it going up and taking out the 1650 at the very least. We have gone up quite a bit, so there's going to be FOMO buyers that see where price begins the day, that it is a bit high. So we, on the real-time hour chart, you can kind of note that we have, oh, there we go. That kind of got some of the late longs out. Okay, so now, do we see a major displacement below here is the key question. Real-time hour chart stating that our price is going to be roughly around here when we open. That's a huge gap to the downside. That actually trumps. So showing the real-time hour chart, this is where price is right this moment here. If I can click on that stupid thing here. Oh no, I don't want to move that. I just want this other one here. So price is roughly around here. It's going to open almost exactly at the previous range opening settlement high. So we'll see in a few seconds, 44 seconds, that price is roughly the same as where it opened on a different day. So roughly up here, for example. We'll put it right roughly there. So we'll mark this in a few seconds, 15 seconds until open. So we'll have a huge amount of liquidity below us, with 2 liquidity voids stacked below us. Okay, there we go. So took buy stops there. We need to see if we take sell stops here. Okay, heading down into that liquidity void. Real-time hour chart, we would see, should see some movement. So we respected that. buy side or sell side so far. Okay. Seeing movement down into that liquidity void. I think we can sell short here and put our stop above this fair value gap here. Good. And our profit target can remain there. That's fine. We can leave it there. We should be able to see that. But watch out here. So that was the previous relative equal highs. We need to see if that receives strong support. Okay, that took us out there. So remember, we were looking for a price to respond at that relative equal highs there, right? And we treat those as mitigation block. And I think we can reverse here. And have my target be up at 16,050. Or it's going to get stopped out. Stopped out there. Okay, fine. We're going to head down to take out maybe a little bit more here. Re-enter. Stop is below these lows here. I don't want it to move any lower. We are actually, you know what? That was probably a bad long because there's so much below us. There's so much liquidity void below us still. So I have a feeling this is going to get stopped out as well. So the next areas would be the 15,961.75 is where I potentially could see us moving down to. So there's a good likelihood that we'll head down to that area. So we'll stay put until then. 15,961.75. And there will be actually room even below that for us to head lower too. So we're seeing that we have this fair value gap here, right? That is a monthly level premium SIBI low that we just traded down to. Again, we'll take this down to 15,961.75. There we go. And we are out. We see that reaction at 15,961.75. And we should expect to see potentially a move all the way down past that. Remember, there is a couple of daily fair value gaps that we pointed out down here. Okay, so we've bounced through those. Good. bullish order block as well on the 1 minute, if you recall, this one here. So we see price react here on this bullish order block. And we need to see now on the lower time frame if we can expect a reversal here. This is where we want to look for evidence. We want to look for displacement above. I like that. If we can come down, hit our limit order. Good. Stop is below the fair value gap low down there. Actually, I'm putting it below the bullish order block that I see down there. And then we're going to keep our sell limit. And actually, we can keep this. Let me see where price is going. Oh, we might get stopped out. Okay, we got stopped out there. Let me see if I missed something on the upside here. I need to see price move above. I'll try and re-enter here, but very tight stop losses here. It does look like it's favoring the short side. But if we are going to head to the upside at all, this is where I would need to see it respect. Doesn't look like it's respecting the upside though. See, every single time it's heading down to take out buy stops. We'll try it once more. So it does seem to be taking out sell stops quite frequently here. Yep. Okay. So that is out for movement to the upside. Chances are we're going to end up aiming for this downside here. So let's take this and 15,920 is what we would be aiming for. So that is one of our first sell side liquidity areas that we can aim for, if it's going to aim for that, of course. Let's see what this ends up being. 15,921.50. And if it chooses to reverse here, I would be very sad, but I would not be surprised either. As we did take out a previous 5-minute bullish order block there. So we need to see if it's willing to head down to take out that short-term low. If it is, then great. If not, then it'll bounce. Okay, so it seems to be holding this level quite well. There's a bearish order block, or sorry, bullish order block here that seems to be supporting. We'll watch that. Longs do not seem to be favored. That Judas swing was not to be reckoned with. So this 5-minute order block needs to be protected here if we're going to head any higher. That might be the stopping zone there. Okay, so we can now reverse. So I see price reverse a little bit there. It went down to a bullish order block and respected that. So I'll go ahead and layer in. And let me remove a couple of things here. I want to remove some of these. That can stay. Here. Okay, so we want to see movement up and away from this level now, is what we're hoping to see. I took out all the late longs there. We did reject that new week opening gap, so I'm keeping that in mind. We're heading down into a fair value gap. Are we going to respect this is the key question here. Oops, I need to move my stop loss. Yeah, that was a little bit too close. I need to move below the fair value gap there. Doesn't look like the longs are being respected at all, though. I mean, this is very, very, very possible it's going to get knocked out here. There it is. I should get knocked out in a moment here. So, interesting. So, shorts are winning today. Looks like it rejected off of the new week opening gap and is not looking back. So, oh boy, don't tell me it took that stop out and then that's it. Okay, well we'll wait for confirmation that it's gonna reverse first, if it's going to reverse. We do see this rejection here. So we see a higher high made and a higher low made. So the question now is, do we continue to head lower, or can we find our way back up and out of here? So not too much price action happening here, but I do see that we're unable to make it below a previous 5-minute low. That's promising. So the question is when this 5-minute candle closes, does it close below, and do we start heading towards some of these bullish order blocks on the hourly candle? Currently, there's no displacement, so I got chopped out, or I got squeezed out both sides there. I was originally thinking that this would turn into a fair value gap to take back to the upside, given how much of a dip we've taken so far. I'll enter 2 small position right now, very small. Doesn't look like longs are going to be taken or respected at all. I might need to close this out. I guess my stop needs to be below the short-term low here, technically. We need to see what happens at 10 o'clock. Do we maintain our movement to the downside, or are we consolidating now to break back above at this point in time? Currently, 5-minute chart shows that we made a short-term low. Once if it can close here, that's the core question. If it just drops out though, then we might see continuation lower. So about 25 seconds left for this to show its cards. "15 seconds on the 5-minute candle. See if it ends up closing super far down. Okay, so 5-minute candle closed, and now price is still surrounded in this range. And so let's see, what do we have here? have a little bit of continuation here. I want to see it respect bullish order blocks here. We should be able to move our stop up to before a fair value gap here. So we're moving our stop to below that fair value gap candle. If we get another touch down here, we will buy limit. Our stop now being able to be shifted to below this, to be scaled in there, basically. Okay. Okay. Bought in there as well. Should not need to head back down below that fair value gap there at this time. So we're legging in a bit more. Move our stop to in profit now. We'll move it to the midpoint of this bearish, bullish order block here, just below that fair value gap that we're in. 15-minute fair value gap. If we trade to it and reverse completely, then we'll treat it as an inversion fair value gap. If we continue higher as we are expecting, then we will expand to the upside. Actually, we should keep our stop loss below this fair value gap, honestly. Enter another one at that bullish order block. Bullish order block as well. So we came down into that fair value gap, right? So we have this minute fair value gap there, market structure shift. I bought more in this, added more within this buy side imbalance. Continue. Okay, so we have a full position now, and if it drops out, then so be it. We were not meant to go long today, apparently. Yep, it does not look like we were meant to go long today. Interesting. Which is very, very odd because what I see sees us head to the upside. But I have been wrong to the upside before, and we could really just, I guess the market could just duck out completely. We did treat this as an inversion fair value gap, so there's a less likelihood that longs will survive, I guess. Right now, pretty poor conditions for trade. Probably should not have entered on that, but I don't know. I thought that we were going to head to this bullish order block and kind of take that and continue bouncing. But looking at price distribution, perhaps we need to head lower before we can go higher. So, I don't know. I'll wait for confirmation here then. We need to see how price trades at 10 o'clock. If I can see yep. So if I can see something like that, I want to see us displace to the upside is really what I'm watching for. It does not seem like buys are being respected here, but I mean, I need to see evidence of that. If it's ready, then buys will be supported, then we'll see displacement to one side or the other. We do see a lot of selling still, though. Not continued intense selling, but I mean, I'll try one more entry here. It does look like sells were definitely not being respected here. Let's see. Again? Okay, looks like I'll get stopped out again. Looks like we are headed to the downside. Or maybe not. I'm thinking that reversal would be a consideration there. It could have just been a liquidity grab. Take out some longs. What is this low here? 15,921. Okay, so short side is obviously favored right now. We've taken out a short-term low right there. Markets and price action. Hi, Johnny. Do you see the market maker buy model on the 60-minute chart? I do, yeah. And this is turning into a market maker sell model here. I was originally thinking that market maker buy model, but perhaps this drop down was a little bit too much for us to sustain that. So I got knocked out a little bit. So short side is winner. We did take out this sell side liquidity here. So the question would be, is that sufficient? Is that sufficient of a drop for us to take out the sell side liquidity, which was there during pre-market? So there was a fair value gap here and a bullish order block as well on the 15-minute. So fair value gap on the 15-minute, bullish order block on the hourly as well. So we need to see, how does price trade down to that. If we continue to trade to that and past that, then we might end up heading all the way back down to this segment here. But we did take a buy side or sell side liquidity there, so I'm looking to see if we see displacement now at all. If this was going to be treated as a reversal, we should see displacement to the upside and indications that price is now done. It's found its sell stops. And it's willing to move in a direction counter to where it's at, where it's been going. Okay. I'm starting to see a little bit of a shift, but is it enough? You see the daily. So the daily basically took out a previous day's high at that 16,027 basically, that got taken out. So that was previous day's high. Sorry, 12.4. 12.4 is high. 2 days ago, high. That one right there. So I should have seen that we took out that high but rejected from new week opening gap, and there is a daily bearish order block in total that we did not trade above. I was hoping that we were going to continue to the 1650 mark. Oh, so now that kind of looks like a little bit of, we need to see if this continues here, because if I do see continuation from here, I'll go long in reverse. I'll need to see displacement though. Above short-term highs. So far, nothing though. 1x left from 934. Nice, nice. I need to see displacement right now above there. Okay, so now I'm looking to enter long my stop loss can be below this short here. I can add, and I should be able to add here as well. My stop loss needs to be below this fair value gap here on the shorter time frame. So I have a full position here. And if it gets taken out, well, I am just not going to trade this one anymore. We'll be able to move my stop loss there. We'll let this ride for the time being. Let's not raise our stop too quickly. But we will treat any bullish order blocks as areas that we can layer in. We'll keep our stop loss where it's at for the time being, because price can come all the way back down to it. We took sell side. We did not head to a bullish order block at the hourly. All right, so now we can increase our profit take to roughly here. We should have no need to head down to, and actually let me, that might be a little too aggressive there, but we shouldn't need to head down here anymore. I definitely don't want to see this treated as an inversion fair value gap. I want to see us continue forward. Hamza, I can see what the market's gonna do, but I don't see the perfect entry yet. Yeah, let me show you what I was looking at on the entry here. So 5-second chart, I saw displacement to the upside, entered on this fair value gap, and then we see price continue up to the upside. I'm taking 5 off, obviously at the short-term high when we get up there. I'll take 5 off there. If we might not get up there, so I'm just keeping an eye on that. If we drop precipitously below this short-term low here, I'm keeping an eye on that because I don't want it to drop below that too much. But I will take 5 off when we reach that side of things. Okay, yeah, I see a very quick, so markets price in action. I see a very I see us still continuing to the upside. We haven't made lower lows yet, but I also see a very quick rebalance down, and this kind of served as a very quick market maker sell model here. So I think we're potentially heading back to the upside for the short term. I don't see I see us we headed down to a bullish order block just now on the lower time frame. I'll mark it in a black line here. We came down to that bullish order block. So I should be able to now raise my stop loss to that bullish order block. And if price is going to head down below it, chances are it's going to head even lower. So I'm going to raise my stop loss to keep stops in profit. Actually, you know what? Let's leave it there for the time being. Let's leave it there. If I do see it head down there, then I'll raise it and then we'll close out. But for the time being, I'm okay with leaving it where it's at. Let it show its cards, see if it treats that as an inversion fair value gap, or if we continue upwards as I expect. Let me see what are... So for instance, if we're taking a look at the 3 indices themselves on the 5-minute chart, I see a lower low on NASDAQ, higher low on S&P, higher low on the Dow. So I see this as an SMT diversion on the 5-minute chart. We'll maintain profit at roughly this segment here. We'll take half of the position off at 15,971, and then we'll let the rest ride or break even after then. All the way up to that initial 16,050 target that we had from earlier, right? So we want to see, we saw that at 10 o'clock we moved down into a fair value gap. We took out sell side. So we want to see it reach, it doesn't have to reach up at the top 15,971. It could reach to the 15,968.25. It's a rejection block. So I'll actually remove my stop down, move my initial sell to that point first. Well, actually, let me see. I'll keep it there. It does look like there's momentum there. So if I get stopped out, then fine. We are ready to move our profit taking. 970 occurred there, so let's see if we get one more push up. Looks like it took that rejection block out, but it is holding quite well. Markets, price, and action. Let's see, for the big picture, you react to price. It is necessary to see the big picture. Yeah, my big picture is, I mentioned it during the pre-market analysis, is overall, I see us continuing to head higher. That's just the gist of it there. Let's see if we see this head make a lower low here, then we might be looking to raise our stop to in profit. We'll move our stop to below a bearish or a bullish order block right this moment, because there's no need to trade to it anymore. Higher time frame bias is still to the upside for the time being. we've seen it's at this point it's consolidation though. So we're in a premium. It's consolidating, but given the larger flows that I'm seeing, so great. So we had one profit target there, right? We can move our stop to the midpoint, the mean threshold. So now we're managing our trade. Mean threshold of this bullish order block is where we want to now move our stop loss, because that allows us to capture and we know that we can keep ours below the mean threshold there and know that it won't be, if it goes down there, it's going to be stopped out for sure, right? Let's see, then you want to price protection. What do you want to see before price prints it and why? Yep. So we can see retracement here because we've taken out a short-term high. So we're gonna leave our stop in profit for the time being there. We'll let it ride until we aim for our daily expansion goal of 16,050. I do think that we could head up there, but I mean, it could also drop precipitously now. We need to see it maintain at this bullish order block, otherwise it's going to drop out. So we'll keep it here for the time being. Narrative means, what does price have to do now? We took sell stops. Yeah, we took sell stops and we took buy stops just now. So if it were to continue higher, it would have to have had to support this bullish order block here. But we didn't. We took out buy stops and are starting to trade back down within the narrative here that we have a huge amount of selling here and that there's potentially further targets to the downside. So we are out, still at a little bit of a loss today, but that's fine. We did not support the order blocks there, but we did trade down to an optimal trade entry right now. So right here was an optimal trade entry. Whether or not this will continue. Yes, we took sell stops, but now we took sell stops, but we took out buy stops here. There is internal range liquidity yet to be traded too. And we did see a market structure shift on the lower time frames back to the upside just now. I wish I would have entered at 1940, but now 10 points higher, it's a little bit too risky to enter. That would be way too risky at that time. But yeah, that was a nice little trade from around 1930 to 1975. Good solid 35 points, 35 handles there. Since we just took buy side and we traded down to an internal range liquidity of a 1 minute, or sorry, a 1 minute fair value gap, I'm wondering if this trades to that 5 minute low next, or if it's going to support here. So we're watching to see if it holds this fair value gap that we see here on the 1 minute. So you can kind of see that we took this previous day's high, and then we dropped down. Right when we took that, we dropped down precipitously until we took out sell side liquidity on the 1 minute time frame. At this moment, we're still seeing a little bit of weakness here. if this was going to be respected, we would have seen some pretty instantaneous buying here, but it's not. So that leads me, I mean, well, it hasn't closed below it yet. Let's be very clear about that. It hasn't closed below that yet on the 1 minute, but it is very close to doing so. So I think it's going to head for those relative equal lows on the 5 minute chart. Market Monia Shigeru, do you think that is going to go higher? Let's read price action and see. Let's see how price action plays out, and then let's see. Yes, markets and price action, yes, but there's a difference between the buy stops we take and the sell stops. The sell stops were much more important, correct? I would agree that if our bias is bullish, the sell stops being taken would be truthful towards a bullish bias. So here we're seeing the 1 minute respect the bottom of that. So I'll leg into a entry to the upside here. If I can see us maintain this bullish, this buy side imbalance here. I want to see us not close below that, below this fair value gap. We've been treating each of these bearish order blocks so far on this way down, but we need to see if price will respect this buy side imbalance, or if we're going to head down to take out relative equal low sell side here. If we do, we might consider this to be, we may consider this in the short term to head downwards and take out areas of liquidity below us. Keep in mind on the real-time hour chart, we've enclosed both liquidity voids pretty much. So there's no other liquidity voids in our current state area that would prevent us from going down further. So now we've completely enclosed real-time hour liquidity. And so now we took sell stops there. I'm going to see if we see price react here, as markets and price action is alluding to. And we want to see if we see market price reaction here. We want to see institutional order flow back to the upside. Otherwise, we'll continue bleeding out to the downside. We are at a hourly order block, and we are not respecting it. So we traded down to a previous new week opening high, new week opening gap high just now. This was back in November 17th, new week opening gap high. And we did create a lower low with that push down on the 15-minute chart, but not yet on the hourly. We haven't created a true, well, I guess technically this is a higher short-term low on the hourly. So we have technically moved below that on the hourly chart. What does that mean? Well, where do we see internal range liquidity remain? Well, there's this fair value gap down here on the buy side that we could potentially aim for, which is coupled with obviously this short-term low here. We would have to make it through this old new week opening gap. There is a short-term low here on the new week opening gap that we just took another sell side liquidity that you can see there. And let's see, 15,874. Yeah. It definitely does feel like today the sellers have control, or sell side rather has control. But again, since our bias is, as markets and price action has alluded to, the sell stops that we were trying to look for far more important if our bias is bullish, as it still is as of this moment. So we're treating this as a retracement, but if we're looking for buy side, we need to go look at deep discount for the next long. So far, it's respecting this new week opening gap. So we need to see either consolidation to head back higher, or we need to see continuation to the downside. Okay. Again, we're only trading one account right now as we get back into the feels. So here I'm gonna look for displacement, not just a quick little spike up, but we want to see displacement if we're gonna see anything react at this level. Note how we are close to the weekly imbalance though. So in the event that we do consider this to be a lower low, lower low, lower low, or sorry, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, this would constitute us taking shorts down into the premium BISI, weekly premium BISI low, as well as the grade of, let me go back to grading this swing here. So if you remember in the morning, I graded this swing from this low, this high, we took a look at how this price could be distributed here. So we can leave that on for now. Let me see if I can make the outline far more transparent. There's no way for me to show the colors, huh? Anchor. I make the... All right, so I don't know how to make the fill a little bit different there, but oh well. So that's something that we'll look for, is these 25, 50, 75% levels if we are to head lower. For the time being, we'll be content with looking for our buy side models. Okay, so we starting to see some movement back to the upside. I do see displacement, but is it strong enough to evade the potential mitigation block now? So for instance, we see a high, low, higher high, displacement lower as well. Actually, even this could serve as a high, low, higher high, displacement lower, honestly. So essentially, what I'm now looking at is I'm seeing the largest candle here as a potential bearish breaker. Oops, not that. Okay. So we're going to see if price continues to reject from that low, which is the low of this minute candle, 15,918. We need to see if price comes to 15,918 and instantly rejects. Kind of treat that as, okay, so I'm looking at oil as well. I need to see how price is trading on oil. 10:30 a.m. Okay. Price is pretty slow, even on that oil release. It does look like oil is set to head down lower, but we need to see. Looks like price is respecting that breaker for now. Oil has taken out sell stops. Let me see. So we can see price maintain here. We need to see if price is willing to maintain moving higher, or if we start to see some movement back down to the downside here. If we see this, respect this breaker, then, well, we need to see it break short-term lows, basically. Oil pretty much took sell side, heading to buy side. Let's see, oil moved down, moved up, moved down here. Okay. There's no fair value gaps on oil, so nothing to be taken here. All right, so here, let's see if we maintain a bullish stance here. Johnny Lynn, drink some water. I know, I know. I got you. Thank you. It's always good to stay hydrated. Okay, so here's the real turning point here. There's a mitigation block here, right? So people who went long here, they're trying to sell out, get at break even. And there's potentially people who are trying to take this short are going to sell here as well. If it holds, then we should see us reject here. Now, we did not see it immediately reject. That leads me to believe that this breaker is not going to be respected. If we are bullish, would it be far off to want to see that bearish breaker? That's a good point. I forgot about that market price in action. Yes, that is a really good point. When we, if we see a breaker, if we're higher time frame bullish, and we see a bearish breaker, if we see price head to above, up and above, we could see it reprice, immediately rebalance off of the high of that breaker to take us back to the upside. That is a really, really good point. I'd forgotten about using that as an inversion breaker. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. So if we can get up there. Time, it's 10:30. Okay. Oil is not really doing anything. It's getting into a consolidation zone. No high probability trade on oil right now. Let's see, that would put us at 65. Okay. Man, markets price and price action. Glad to have you here to check some of these other concepts that I had not looked at in a while. Phoenix, stand up. Order now 901 by 1. Okay, nice. Good call. 10 points on that 901 entry. Okay, so we've so far survived the mitigation block there. Now, this is a bearish breaker. This is the next thing I would like to see respected, but it does not look like we're going to be respecting it yet. Okay, good. Markets, and notice on this one, there's a short-term low here, short-term low here. We took out this short-term low and have traded up since then. So I want to see displacement if we're going to see expansion higher. Still want to see displacement. Now, it is a Wednesday of non-farm payroll week, so as we get closer and closer to Thursday, Thursday has unemployment claims at 8:30, so it's very possible that we could see some crazy volatility in the morning. But be careful trading in the evening on Thursday because of non-farm payroll on Friday. Okay, so we saw price drop below a lower time frame short-term low. Nothing. We did trade below a 1 minute short-term low right there. Right there. You see that short-term low there? We technically traded below that, but here we took out sell stops and are starting to head higher. It seems. Maybe spoke too soon. Okay. So we did not see a candle close on the hourly yet. That disrespects that hourly bullish order block. And we are starting to see some movement higher. We saw displacement there. So we can start to leg in. We'll keep our stop below the fair value gap. Candle low. And we can keep our old targets up here. That's fine. We don't necessarily need to hit them, but we'll keep the leverage low because we're still inside of the breaker. We can certainly drop precipitously from here. Put a fib on the 15-minute down close candle from Tuesday. Oh, are you looking for a swing projection? Oops. Yeah, the 100% mark is around the 16,100 there. And that's the only one that seems to line up. Okay, cool. So looks like we so far have been maintaining the breaker there. Okay, so took me out there. That's fine. We don't see displacement yet, so we'll wait to see if this breaker, if we can see price close above the breaker. Otherwise, we'll consider taking this as a failure point there. Okay. Let's see what we have on our indices. Lower low, lower highs. Let's see, lower lows. We have this treated as lower lows, and we have this treated as higher lows still. Yeah, I mean, I still think that we can maintain to the upside. Stop management will be below that short-term low. We'll still aim for the buy side target. And we'll take partials if we can get up there. It does not look like it does look like we're consolidating here. And if we were to trade up to it, I would imagine we would trade up to that short-term high. If we don't get stopped out, obviously. $15-minute bear, 15-minute plus OB. Sorry, not meant to as a swing projection. Observe the 15-minute bullish order block main threshold. Tuesday, 14:30. This one here, right? Oops. Oh yeah, that's a beautiful beautiful signature. Markets, yeah, good call. Hit the 50% mark right there and then has continued upwards. Right now it's just accumulating. Good eye there. Let's see. Markets price in action. Do you like how price behaves at the bearish breaker? How do you feel? Do you want to see a quick reaction at the breaker? Yes, that's a good point. I generally want to see, if it's a bearish breaker, I generally want to see a very, very quick reaction to the downside if you're going to take it as a bearish breaker. 5-minute, there's a balanced price range. Are you talking about this balanced price range up here? Do you think that we won't get there success for you? Or are you talking about... Ah, I see. You're talking about this area as a balanced price range, maybe? That we traded down into. We have no need to trade further down into it. Maybe that's what you're talking about? Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, markets and price action. So let's see if we hold here. There's no guarantee, but let's see. I get into another. Looks like oil is heading to the downside overall. We'll wait for it to return back to a bearish order block before we take a trade down there. 10:20 and 10:30 a.m. on the 5-minute time frame. Oh, up here, I see what you mean. Yeah, it could be something that makes it tough to trade through, but notice that these are now relative equal highs. So I would anticipate that we reach up to 15,972 and take those out, right? Because markets typically see those as areas of liquidity, right? So with this movement up, we should be able to reduce our exposure and raise our stop loss up to the low of that 1 minute. There's a 1 minute order block that I have moved my stop down to here. So I moved my stop into profit. The risk is off. And actually, what we can do here, ideally, as well, I can take the mean threshold of this bullish order block now, and I can manage my trade so that my stop loss is below the mean threshold of that bullish order block. It should not trade back down to the mean threshold of that bullish order block. It should stay within this upper quadrant of it. So that way, all of our risk is out. We will take profit at the relative equal highs when it reaches there, and we'll keep 3 on for terminus trade as well. Man, I'm glad to have you all here. I'm so thankful to have you guys here to throw ideas around with. This is really helpful. I'm grateful for that, really. Phoenix was long at 919. Man, you got a good long there. Good work, man. Okay, so one thing I'm noting is that we traded to the top of that bearish order block or bearish breaker and are now heading back down. We might get stopped out here, but we shouldn't. If it's going to respect that, it shouldn't go down there. So it did. So we got stopped out in profit. Fine. No big deal. Did we... I think that we want to see the mean threshold respected, but if we didn't see it respected, what does that mean? I mean, it bounced off the top of that bearish breaker there. So it's possible on the minute from 1017 to 1026. 1017 around here, this one here. Do you see that fair value gap in the middle? I see this one. Yep, I see this, and I see this fair value gap as well. Yeah, these two sell side imbalances. We traded up to and through this fair value gap, but we haven't bounced through it just yet, though. Yeah, right. It hasn't gotten up to this internal range liquidity just yet, but it does look like it might be respecting this 1 minute. Maybe not. Let's see. We closing below the mean threshold of it, so I'm really be careful on this one because we did close below the mean threshold of this bullish order block here. Yep, we definitely closed below it. Yeah, the SIBI that market price is referring to is this one here. And that's a premium sell side imbalance within the dealing range that we're in right this moment. I'm okay with being stopped out there. That was a little bit early entry. If we see us move up and above, then I'll be a little bit more comfortable re-entering. All out, it hit the top with a 68.8%. Happy with the results. We may have one push up before heading south by 11. It looks like we might push up and outwards, so Perhaps my stop management could have been a little bit better. I could have kept it below the short-term low here. But right now, yeah, we would need to see it push above that SIBI here first. I mean, that just took out some buy stops and immediately rejected there. So, I don't know. Oil has continued to creep lower. Man, oil has dropped so much these past few days and weeks. My goodness. Bearish order blocks are respected on oil. Okay, so it's really just jacking all sorts of people up in this range. What's really interesting is that it is to the T marking this up. So okay, so we've seen displacement above. And now we can aim to see if we can aim for the short-term highs at 15,972. Okay. Keep those there. We don't want to see price head down to and disrespect this bullish order block here. We want to see that respected there. Again, 16,050. We'll take 5 off at 15,972. Yep. Again, don't take entries with me. I am only take entries if your bias and your market sentiment and your decisions say that you should take an entry. You can and will lose money if you try to follow me. I'm not licensed by the CFTC, so do not take any of the trades that I take. See if there's anything else over here that we might be missing. So it's getting close to 11 o'clock. I would like a run on stops to take out this 15,972.50 area though, over lunchtime potentially. Either that or it's going to take out the sell side stops. I'd like the buy side stops to be taken first though, because there's relative equal highs up there. Okay, we continue to see the top of that bearish breaker be sold off. Not precipitously, but with enough, enough to make us think that the long play might not work out, right? So our stop is below those relative equal lows down there. Technically our stop should be a little bit lower than that, but we don't want to risk further. We've already come past this mitigation block here, so we've also taken out all real-time hour liquidity void movement to the downside. So in order for it to become a balanced price range, we would need to see candle movement above, back up through it, rather, in my opinion. Small little liquidity void here. Or sorry, volume imbalance, rather. Added on, and that return to volume imbalance. I don't like these low probability conditions. I'm done for the day. Enjoy trading. Yeah, be careful. Success for you. These are indeed low probability conditions. So I'm seeing that price is respecting that little 5-second volume imbalance for the time being. All right, so we see price reach the top of that breaker once more. Mark up the SIBI right at equilibrium of the dealing range. 1 second, let me make sure I can manage our stop loss well. So let's manage our stop loss below that volume imbalance there. Mark up the SIBI right at equilibrium of the dealing range. Sure. This one as well. Are you thinking that we're treating that as a inversion, sell side imbalance? Oh, nice. Yeah, good call. That's a IVFG or IFVG rather. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good confluence rather. Down cold cancel you're referring to, as far as I can say, time distortion that's not to be seen as a PD array. Okay. Interesting. Time distortion would lead us. Well, we're still within the 10 to 11 silver bullet time frame, right? Down close candles after 1050 may likely be PD array since the Marco. Yeah, that's true. There's definitely a macro that can run around that time. So so let's see. Uh-oh. This macro might go to take out our stop here. Yeah, this is going to take us out here. That movement is not bullish at all, I don't think. I mean, I took out quite a few stops with that drop down there. Yeah, I don't think we're safe here. I think we're going to get stopped out. That was a vicious move down. I mean, I would be surprised if it stops there, but I guess it's possible. Looks like it was unable to. Man, that is vicious. 15.921.75. We failed to get down to the 15.921.50. 15.921.50. So that just shook out a lot of longs there. So we want to see price continue to close above this inversion fair value gap. But it doesn't look like we're going to get that. Maybe. About 2 seconds. Okay. So that's good. We still see candles closing above the midpoint of this inversion fair value gap. So we can keep these targets there for the time being. Next draw being the sell side imbalance, internal range liquidity that markets and price action called out earlier. We need to see this inversion fair value gap respected here. Phoenix just gave back what is fair, so I'm out. We'll be back for the PM session. Yeah. Take a break if you're done trading there. Take a breather there. This is tough to trade through right now from 11 to 12. Actually, from 11 o'clock to about 1:30 p.m. It's generally price distortion, so it's going to be a lot more difficult to trade unless you're hitting the top ticks and bottom ticks. I don't like that there's a lot of relative equal lows down here. So I'm curious if we end up not quite getting all the way up to, not quite getting all the way up there, but maybe. If we rise above into this SIBI, then I'll move my stop to break even, and then we'll let it ride and profit. But until then, we'll leave our stops where they are. We don't want to prematurely exit a trade. Okay, we need to see some candle closes up here. Yeah, definitely thankful for markets price and price action pointing out a few of the 15-minute consequent encroachment, or sorry, mean thresholds. Shitty PA, even ICT lost 2 out of 3 trades today. Yanevo, did Michael trade today? I didn't see. So we came down, took out, let's see if we are, so within this range here, we came down to this bullish order block. So far have respected that for the time being. Open 15933.25. Unavo, he just posted his trade vid. Yeah. Again, this could run for these relative equal lows at any time here. I mean, it's not respecting any of those PD arrays there. Just took out a sell side there. And it could very easily just take out everything within like one fell swoop right here. It could just knock everything out right here. So we'll see. This is definitely an algorithm engineering price, though. I mean, so because there's so many hits here, my guess is that they're engineering this to look like it's a bull flag, and then all these shorts or all these lows is gonna make it look like it's a support, and they're just gonna drop it out. Is the feeling that I'm getting right now. It doesn't feel super high probability in either direction. But every single time it goes short, it does look like it's squeezing these shorts back out. What liquidity would you like to see purged at right at or before 12 o'clock, and why? Gosh, lunchtime, run on stops. I mean, I could easily see all these relative equal lows purged and head to the upside, and there's relative equal lows down here too and head to the upside. So, I mean, these are run on previous morning's lunchtime lows, lunchtime highs. I would prefer if it were to take these out, but I guess logically it would make sense if it's going to head higher that it goes and takes out sell side liquidity first and then heads upwards from there. So, we'll see. We'll see if maybe our stop is a little bit too endeavorous here. But I need to keep that stop there. I can't risk any lower than that. I just don't think it's the right move to risk any more than that. But I also don't think that they want these folks who sold here to have a chance to get out of their position quickly either. So unfortunately, I can make a case for both sides, and when I can do that, that means I don't have a strong bias in one way or the other in this little price distortion range. But ideally, for markets, price, and actions discussion, you see all these relative equal lows here, right? There's a good chance that those get purged before we move upwards. Let's see, 11:10. Okay, so if we see us move candle close above these, then we can move our stops in profit. and ride these the rest of the way up to our 15,972. But we need to see these. We need to see these bullish order blocks. We need to see bullish order blocks respected here. It's very possible for it to just go back down and trade. So let me show you what I'm looking at on the 5-second chart here. This is what I'm using to trade. I want to see this bullish order block respected up here. So now that if I see it rise above this short-term high, meaning it's also risen above this short-term high, I can move my stop to in profit right below this bullish order block here, I believe, because we've already traded to, actually no, let's move it to just below this order block. Nah, we should be fine here. So we'll move this into profit. And we'll monitor, right? If this now comes to take us out, that's our fault for moving the stop up too aggressively, right? So we're going to move it just below this fair value gap here. We're going to treat this as a measuring gap. And ideally, we don't see price come back down to that. If it does, it can just blow through all of these as markets and price action was talking about. You can make a case for both sides. Now look at the 15-minute, see what took place since the day opened at midnight. Okay, so midnight opening is here. We traded down, we traded above, and now we traded well below. We took out sell stops. So buy stops would be the next ideal case, and buying anytime below this 12 o'clock mark would be fair or ideal value to consider. I'm actually going to take 10 off at this sell side imbalance here. Okay. So let's see if price can make it up to that sell side imbalance. Oh shoot, we just got taken out there. Okay, so now that's fine. We do see these relative equal lows here. Oh, I have a meeting soon. Hold on. So let's see, look at the 15 minutes, see what took place since the day opened at midnight. Yep, so I am of the impression that we can still maintain an upside. But again, like for lunchtime, I want to see what liquidity, what run on liquidity does lunchtime happen? Does it run on the buy side liquidity to head lower, or does it run on sell side liquidity to head higher? So I'm keeping my eyes out for that for lunchtime run on stops. Okay, let me take a look here. I have a demo. Market price and actions. I'm hoping it does take out those relative equal lows. I mean, look at how many of them are just stacked there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This breaker is invalid at this point in time. But we can move these out over time. And this as well. I'm going to have to step away for a call at 11:30. Oh, wow. Oil's dropped quite a bit. Okay. All right, so we'll maintain this little range here for the time being. And we'll look to see price take out these relative equal lows first before we head higher. If we are going to head higher, taking out these lows first would be more meaningful, because then we've taken out sell side. So first we took out buy side. Now we took out sell side. And we need to see some either a take of stops or a failure to take stops and rally higher. So that inversion fair value gap seems to be respected there. And this, we want to see this inversion fair value gap continue to be respected, rather. the 10:50 to 11 o'clock macro, 11:10 macro wick, what is it activated? If not, when will the next macro take place that ICT teached us? I think it doesn't look like the 11:10 macro really did anything, so I think the next macro, I think is what, is it 11:50? I can't recall. I need to go back and review the macro lessons because I don't recall exactly when those macros are. 11:50 to 12:10, I believe. It's every end of each hour, roughly. Okay, so now we wait for that macro then. I would like to see if we get sell stops taken here. So, wow, we just got that huge sell off there. Okay. We have a 1 minute bullish order block down here that we did not trade to. So we just took out all the people who are treating this like a bull flag. And then now I want to see if we have displacement higher or if we continue to head lower. Markets, price, and action. Interested to see if we can reclaim that inversion fair value gap after this stop run. Yeah. Monia Shiger. I don't necessarily think it's a sell here. I think it's gone down to take sell stops. It's needed to go down to that bullish order block on the 1 minute time frame. So if we see that it came down here, took out these stops, and we see a market reversal here above this short-term high on the 1 minute, that's what would lead me to believe that we're going to head higher. Okay, so we have a high, a low high, lower low, and then a higher high. So now, and that's only on the lower time frame though. On the higher time frame, we still have not created a lower low. So there's still a possibility that we head higher. I'll keep my stops pretty tight below the lowest low there in case it does drop out, but I'll start entry positioning. We'll fib on the wick on the hourly and grade it. Oh, did we hit the mean threshold or the consequent encroachment of that wick? Interesting. So we hit the 50% mark of that wick on the hourly. Roughly, yeah. Interesting, interesting. question is do we treat this as a mitigation block here, or do we bust through this? So here, there's orders that got traded through. They're trying to mitigate their losses by their long losses by selling at break even. So now we should be able to see items respected here. Should see bullish order blocks. We want to see speed and distance upwards. Yeah, I mean, it is a weird time being 11:27. Oh shoot, I have to head off to a meeting. So I think I won't be able to manage this well. I'm gonna move my stop into profit. Just kidding. I'm not gonna be able to do that soon. Enter. And let's take off 10. Let me get here. So we need to see the respect of that bullish order block. Otherwise, we will head lower. All right, so it looks like we headed lower. All right, well, I need to go head off to a meeting real quick. I'll be back in 30 minutes. All right, all right, all right. I am back. Need to update one thing. Shift some stuff around here. Get this through. Okay. Like I missed some. Got to take a quick scalp there, and unfortunately, it did not go as high as I would have liked. We are noting that we have this 1 minute. It actually ended up getting up there, but I got stopped out before we got up there, unfortunately, so that's very sad. Oh boy, very, very sad. Okay, so now we've traded up into a SIBI, and we actually have a more recent one here that we can focus down. So we can kind of see that bearish order blocks have been pretty much respected each and every single time here on the way down. So this bearish order block, mean threshold, respected there. We see this bearish order block here, also respected right there. So my contention here is that we haven't gone down into a true discount from the range here, range high to range high low. Oh, I guess it looks like we did. So it doesn't look like it wants to head lower just yet. But keep in mind, every single time it's created something that might look like a bull flag, it's just faded it completely. This time, I don't think that there's a difference, but we did trade down to a previous new week opening gap high and low, and we instantly rejected from there, but we have not created a higher high yet. So for those, you want to be very careful here because price could continue to trend downwards. I know that, you know, markets price action and I were thinking that this was a different tail end of a market maker buy model, but it does look like we are beginning to fail that. We are seeing lower lows here. It doesn't have to, but we can certainly see it come down to a discount array here, this is what's remaining here. We've already filled in all liquidity voids to the downside from today's open. So, and we've kind of traded up from a fair value gap on the 5 minute. If we can see it here. I don't know if we can see it here, but yeah, either way, we've traded down to a bullish order block on the 90-minute time frame, and it opened up from there. So I think that we are going to potentially head for some of these areas up here. On the lower time frame, we've definitely created a market structure shift going above this here. Markets and price action. Look at the 4 hour. The higher time frame always wins. Let's see the 4 hour. Let me see if I can just duplicate this tab. And go by 4 hour. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's do it in a different, I'm gonna do it in a different window, that's on a different screen. Make it 4 hour. So 4 hour is has definitely created a market structure shift to the buy side. So I do agree. We could certainly be still headed to the upside here. In fact, from a positioning standpoint, I wish I would have held my long from the first imbalance. So we're in the midpoint of this fair value gap here. And while it's possible for it to go short term, we can see we've already broken through some of those short term highs here as well. So as we start to see movement above, we could potentially see a lunchtime run on stops up to this level here, is what I'm thinking is going to happen. Lunchtime run on stops does not mean buy stops only. It could also be a lunchtime run on sell stops too, as we witnessed earlier, right? If you recall, we saw price create this, think traders this is a support, and then rip through this to take out additional areas of liquidity. So that being said, we have a couple of choices here. Oh, let me see what's going on here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oil's gone down so much today. I should have traded oil. So here, I mean, it's reasonable. We see it's traded up to a bearish order block on the 5-minute time frame. It traded up to that mitigation block area as well, and rejected from there again. So the higher time frame always wins. On 4-hour, we didn't even touch the high of a consecutive order block by 1 tick. Yeah, that high was 15,862.50, and the low there was 15,863.50. So yeah, that was a really, really nice movement there. And right now, let lunchtime run its course, and let's cater to movement in the afternoon. Actually, give me a few seconds. I need to hit the restroom real quick. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Need some water as well. Let's see. Trading metamorphosis. Did we just get rejected from the 15-minute fair value gap on NASDAQ? Let's take a look. So that sell side imbalance, it might have temporarily, but keep in mind the time of day. So markets and price action also mention this. Keep in mind the time of day. So during this lunch hour, we typically see a run on stops somewhere, whether it's sell stops or buy stops. And traders come back at 1:30 p.m. Eastern to begin the macros to start our following run in the afternoon. So I don't think necessarily that this, I mean, look at the response. Look at the response here, right? This is a change in how I see price being delivered. Even though we did come off of this, we need to see, does price then come back down into, let's say, let's take these for example. Let's take this range. does price come down to that 15,895 area? And if you look at the 5-minute, well, I guess I could just make this available on all charts. So if you look at the 5-minute here, that would put us right at this fair value gap here. So do we see price come down to this optimal trade entry, maybe this bullish order block, and then bounce from there and head higher? That's what we're kind of looking for. We see that it's reached a key low, key level, being a previous new week opening gap. And generally, when we have so many new week opening gaps surrounded with each other, we'll see that they are tied very closely to each other, right? So I'm going to remove these relative equal highs here. No longer need that. We can keep the short-term high there as an example, but one thing that I do want to add for our purposes is the daily high that we rejected from. So if you look on a daily chart, you'll see what I mean. Okay. So the question is now, do we come to this buy side imbalance here, and do we trade off of that swiftly? So do you see that response there? That I find kind of interesting. And I'm not going to take action on it yet. It's not the right time. It can still go lower into it, but that is an interesting response for sure. Now keep in mind, on the 15-minute, we have this whole sell side imbalance that has relative equal highs, right? Well, technically on the 15-minute, it's a little bit lower than that. It's like right here, but close enough. So here is where I might layer into a couple. I'll add more if we have another return there. And this time I'll keep my eyes on our 15 948 area. All right, so we want to see that on the shorter time frame, we see that price has traded up to and bounced off of that buy side imbalance. So we're going to keep that in mind for now. It doesn't have to support it, but considering the impulsive action of that, I would like to maintain that and keep that open there. So we can move our stop below this fair value gap here. So if it drops down below that, then so be it. technically we should be keeping our stop below the short-term low of that fair value gap, so I'll fix my stop there. And what we'll do is we'll take majority of profit off at the relative equal highs here. So if you can see, the low of this was 15,895.75. The low of here is 15,896. I would consider that to be institutional order flow entry drill, since that barely touched it there, right? And if it goes against us, that's understandable. But we want to say that, hey, we made our best bet of higher, sell stops being taken here. The majority of it's lunchtime, so the majority of our position needs to be out at these first short-term highs. Or it just heads down and takes us out. We treated this as a sell side or buy side imbalance. We noted that we would have a lower time frame shift imbalance here. We saw us trade back down to a equilibrium at least. And price could come down here to all the way down here even. So technically I should be having my stop all the way down here. But I don't want to see price re-enter that, go below that institutional order flow entry drill. If it goes far below that, then, well, I wouldn't want to be exposing myself to that much risk. So let's see if we get stopped out here then. So be it. We will wait for further confirmation and or movement lower. There we go. So we got stopped out there again. Understandable. Let's wait for further confirmation here. Let me see if there's a deeper. So there's a 1 minute fair value gap that's here as well. So we can hone our objective to be down here too. There's one more fair value gap even below there, but we wanted that to stay open. If we are truly bullish, we want that to stay open, right? So looking for displacement to the upside still. I need to wait this out. It is 12:27, so right in the middle of lunch hour. We shouldn't expect any major moves on this one. See if there's anything happening on oil. Okay. Let's see what we got. So we are creating a base here. Let's see if we get some true impulsive action above here. Re-enter. Stop is below here. There's another entry. We'll take it. So seeing a volume imbalance. I'll take that as well. Trading down into a bullish order block. If we fail that, then it's going to head lower, but we need to see support here. Volume imbalance. Again, price heading downwards. And looks like we got stopped out again. Okay. So it does look like it's going to head down towards that other one we didn't want it to, but it does look like it's going to head down that way. So bearish tone looks like it wins in the short term. So any buys pretty much have been sold off today. I mean, do you see that? Any buys have been sold into pretty heavily. So we are at quite a bit of a discount now within this overall range. Well, we were at a discount rather, and now we are heading back to it. But it certainly does look like we are not yet achieving higher highs. So let's wait for that first, wait for that confirmation, and then we can start to leg into some of our longs. Let's see, lower high, lower low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Okay, so now we see some displacement. That's good. Okay. Looks like it's going to take out highs here. Looks like my buy didn't get hit, so I want to see that buy get hit. Okay, good. maintain below this bullish order block here. And let's see what we have. We want to see that bullish order block respected there on the minute. As we see a market structure shift on the lower time frame, we want to see that respected there. Profit taking is at that relative equal highs up here. 1235. We shouldn't expect any major run yet, but we are seeing on the lower time frames a little bit of support. To be below that value gap. Let me wait. So we took out sell stops there. We're heading out to buy stops. Have a couple fair value gaps formed. So sell stops got taken, buy stops got taken, all within the context of the impulse move up. So I think the majority of this fair value gap has been taken already. There's a 5-second fair value gap that I'm outlining that you can see on the 1 minute as well. So you can kind of see how price is traded from it. So So we want to give this trade some room to breathe. Move our stop below this fair value gap here on the 1 minute chart, or 5 second chart. I would like to see it run for that 15.924 if possible. I'm gonna keep ours down there. Better use the one FVFG to the left. Oh, I see. Draw that out over time. Well, we traded up to it already, though, so I'm thinking markets and price action that we can trade up to it and through it again. We should be able to attack this relative equal high, is what I'm thinking. So if we see some impulse movement higher, I should be able to now move my position soon into an area of safety shortly. Relative equal highs are above 15.910 as well. Yeah, I do see that. That's a good point. Maybe what I could do is I can move my stop into profit here. Oh, actually, let's do this. Let's move. Take 5 off. Take 10 off here. 5 off here. Now we can move our stop into profit. All right, good. We've taken some profit there. We'll move our stop to the top of that bullish order block. We don't want it to trade down there anyways. Actually, we can leave our stop there now. We can leave our stop below the mean threshold of that 1 minute bullish order block there. We can leave that there for the time being. And actually, let's take 8 off here instead. Just in case. 12.26 fair value gap. 12.26. Oh, I see. You're kind of treating that as an inversion fair value gap there. I see what you mean. Again, this time we're going to use the 75% mark of this mean threshold of this bullish order block here. We don't want price to trade through to the midpoint of this otherwise and close. It can, but we don't want it to. So we're going to keep our sell stop at the 75% mark this time. I would like for us to run on higher stops if at all possible, but it's not looking like we're going to get there. if I see us go below this, I might close the position out. Okay, so we went down, took out some sell stops, hit the bullish order block, and have so far stayed within the bullish order block. Right there, as you can see. So we don't like to see that. Likelihood is high of us getting our stop taken out now. If price closes at the mean threshold of that bullish order block, we don't want to see it close below the mean threshold. We want to see it stay above it. So we went down, took out a few volume imbalances. Moving my stop just below the previous one there. Okay, so we need to see support here to the upside. Otherwise, we're going to get stopped out. We need to see higher highs being made now, or it's just going to shit the bed probably. Okay, so it touched the 75% mark there. So let's see how it supports here, or if it maintains. Yeah. So the key question is can we stay above the mean threshold here on a candle close basis? If we can't, then we're gonna come out. Yep, we're done. So we're breaking through all of these right now, so it does look quite heavy. We did take sell stops out. We took relative equal lows out there. And we traveled to a bullish order block. But we are seeing some pretty heavy amounts of selling here. Again, we'll keep an eye out for that fair value gap that's beneath us. But we just took out sell side here. Move some of these. Move some of these. Sell side, we don't need this anymore. Can also remove this one. Okay. So currently price is holding here, but I don't think it's going to hold for very long. Kirk, don't shit the bed. Oh no, we are done. Yeah. Yep. But that's also why we took some profit earlier, right? So it is what it is. I might take this short to that buy side imbalance on the 1 minute. I don't know if it'll hold there. I don't know if it'll continue short there, but so far we've headed down to that bullish order block here, and we're not seeing bullish order blocks respected. We're not seeing bearish order blocks. Well, we're seeing bearish order blocks respected, but not bullish order blocks. So I'm gonna take a short into this area here. Stop is at a previous bearish order block. But I think it has some room to head lower before we head higher. Short scalp here. Again, be careful taking these. I'm just seeing a little bit of a divergence from the highs here, so I want to see if we can take this a bit short. Head down to the previous buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. Look, we crossed the H1 tail, consequent encroaching on a closing basis. Yes, we did. We did indeed. But it remains to be seen if we will head any lower from there, like if we're going to target these short-term lows. Each of these short-term lows has been targeted on the downside so far. It doesn't have to continue to target them, but as of today's price action, it does seem to be respecting those short-term lows and taking those out overall. True. That's true. The hour's not over. There's still 8 minutes left. We can still burst open. That price action doesn't tell me it's going to burst open. Okay, there we go. So we took it down, took a scalp down to this area here. So we need to see. See, NASDAQ is showing a higher low. ES is showing a lower low. 5-minute chart. Dow is showing a higher low. So this is the fair value gap. We need to keep this as a short-term low. Okay, if we head down. That was a pretty good jump from there. I'll enter long if I can get my entry here or not. Let's see. Oh, come on, drop down. Give me my entry. There we go. Go back down. Give me my entries. Good. And then give me my last entry here. Go down to that volume imbalance. Come on, go back down to that volume imbalance. All right, I'm looking at price action on the 5-second chart. It looks okay for now. I mean, nothing too crazy. But I don't know if I'm going to get my move that I wanted. Okay, so with this one, we'll just move our stop in profit, and then if it gets taken out, it gets taken out. If it goes to terminus, it goes to terminus. We'll see. That was a pretty good bounce off of that 1 minute buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, and you're starting to see if we can get a closing price, and we see price moved above this short-term high on the 1 minute. That signifies to me that we have a short-term market structure shift potentially. Now, price can always keep going down, but we want to see if this 5 minute can close above this low. That means we'll have a higher short-term low in the meantime right now. So NASDAQ has a higher low. E-mini looks like it just stopped me out there. That's fine. So it wasn't able to hold that there. Yeah. 3 PD arrays. We did not for now. Hours aren't over yet. 3 PD arrays as a stop loss buffer. Yeah, I mean, there were a short-term low, bearish or bullish order block, and another bullish order block. So that's where my stops landed. So, I mean, it does look like it's for now respecting it, but I mean, this could easily drop out here. So we're in optimal trade entry area, and there's a buy side imbalance remaining here as well. If we are to remain in a bullish stance from here, we need to bounce at that point in time. If we go below this short-term low, that means we'll have created a lower high and coincidentally a lower low. So we'll have created a market structure shift for sure if we go below there. Hello, Phoenix. Welcome back. All right, so again, bulls are not being respected for now. So for the time being, sells are still in place. Bearish order blocks are being respected. Bullish order blocks are not. It did drop, yes. So we can see bearish order blocks have been respected each and every time. We could see consolidation if this starts to consolidate right here. So all this, if we start to see consolidation and improvement here, we could see this to be a potential turning point for the day. Otherwise, it will continue down towards this hourly optimal trade entry area. So we need to see, we need to see that this is supported here. Markets and price action, want to point out that the 4-hour candle starts forming at 10 o'clock. We have 1 hour left until we open a new 4-hour candle. 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock will be decisive. Yes, there is 1 hour left at 2 o'clock. The high on the 4-hour bullish order block is 15,862.50. We are now at a low of 815. You know, we're approaching that low and seeing if we touch it and reverse from there. So we certainly have some room down to there. And we'll have to keep in mind see if that bullish order block holds on the 4-hour. There's 3 consecutive candles on December 4th, and December 4th, December 5th at 2 o'clock, and December 5th at 6 o'clock. What would be interesting is if we do drop down there, that would kind of show this as a 3 drives type pattern lower. So I think that would be quite interesting. Then I could start to look for evidence of reversal. Okay, so we're back. And I want to see if there's an oil trade still, but man, it's gone down to a previous new week opening gap and headed all the way down there. That's ridiculous. Man, gonna have to trade oil some more in the mornings. Okay, so we continue downwards. We have used this as a potential inversion fair value gap here. We hit that rejection block as well on the 15 minutes. We took out that rejection block there. The response is quite muted though. So I'm still curious if we head down into this 15-minute fair value gap combined with this 15-minute bullish order block. See that here? That's something that I'm more interested in, as that fits in with this. Let me remove this. Fits in with this area of remaining buy side imbalance, combined with a bullish order block there. So I like those areas. I want to see if we trade down to them. Thank you, Phoenix. Had fun in these couple of hours. Thank you. No, I'm glad you had fun. Hopefully you're able to get back to break even. For me today, I've had a few swings today, but bullish bias has been kind of screwy. We should have seen that the market maker buy model completed and that it is on its way back down. I do believe that to the downside is likely still the case. A little bit further down at least. I think that we have a little bit more room. So if I see us respect this inversion fair value gap, then I will take this down to the other fair value gap down there. If we don't respect it, then maybe it's a turning point, because we technically would have created a short-term low that is a higher low. So ES created a lower low, NASDAQ creates a potentially higher low, and the Dow is just a higher low there. So this could potentially serve as a reversal point. We need to wait and see. Okay. Do you see the smart money technique? Well, ES has got a lower low on the 5-minute. Nasdaq also has a lower low, but Dow has always had a higher low. So yeah, I am looking at that smart money technique divergence. Um, we Hey Akram, all doing well. I'm doing okay. I mean, we're seeing some difficult price action on the way down where we were bullish, so we got smacked around a little bit, but for the most part, had a good green trade, switched to another account. Currently, a little bit of a drawdown in it, so yeah. Okay, so we're heading down. And I want to add 2 here and keep my stop loss where it's at for the time being. Oh boy. We're seeing some spicy price action. Okay, so we're almost at that weekly BISI high again. Let's see how price, we don't want to see price go any further up here. We want to see price respect this and continue this heaviness to the downside. Ultimately, first profit could be 15,827.25. So we're going to do that. Whoa. That is quite a spike. Good thing I set my stop loss there. Typical NFP week. Yeah, I know, right? Akram, it's a goofy looking week, that's for sure. So we just took out sell stops there. We can certainly see some movement higher for a little bit, but ultimately I too think that this will get faded as well. If you can see, each and every single time these traded up so far, each and every single time it reached a bearish order block, it was taken out. Each time. No questions about it. It's been taken out every single time, right? So there's no difference, except for that this is a breakaway gap here. There's no difference here. It came up to this and got taken out once more. So there's no difference with that. No change to that pattern just yet. I wish you all the best as well, Akram. Hope you have good trading today. I'm looking to see if oil is going to do anything. So we came into... Okay, so we squeezed out a lot of folks there. I still do think that we're heading down to 15,827.50. But I need to see some... That was quite a bit of a buy there. I mean, I think that's meant to get people thinking it's going to go long. But if I start to see some more movement to the downside, then I will take that and short that all the way down to that hourly buy side imbalance. So 1 o'clock, we see some squeeze going on right now. Let's see what else is going on. Is there anything going on in the market? Uh-oh, my phone's dead. Okay. We so still seeing a potential for this to be a SMT divergence, but keeping in mind the behaviors. We could see this as a 3 drives pattern as well. But we need to see it break above this short-term high on the 1 minute to be for sure. If it doesn't have enough juice, it's going to go down towards this premium area here, which hasn't been touched yet. So this can also turn into a low, high, lower, low, higher, high, and turn into a breaker there. We take a position here. Actually, I'm gonna get stopped out here. I don't care if this moves. I don't. If this rolls, then it rolls. You know. Yep, that's what I figured. So little scalps there. On my crystal ball, it's reached a max of 15,868. Might go down a few ticks or more, but for the most part, it up and up from here. However, this is futures, and my mentor never plays futures, and I have not asked him in this crystal ball. It's handed down to me by him and worked in futures. Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's see. We're starting to see if we get above this high here. Then we start to get a true market structure shift to on the 1 minute. So I might re-enter. Enter again. I'll keep my stop around here. So 5 there. And it has to get above that relative equal high there, otherwise I'm toast. Otherwise it'll treat this as an inversion fair value gap. That's why I would rather it not do. I want it to see it close above this level. Okay, good. That's what we want to see. I want to get stopped out here just because I don't want to hold that. I just want to do a quick scalp because we hit relative equal highs. Yeah, I want to see. So we have this bearish order block on the 5-minute though. I want to make sure that the bearish order block in the 5-minute, on the 15-minute, they are respected. I want to make sure that we see that. You are long. Fair enough. I need to see just a little bit more confirmation here. So we've closed above this. That's what I would like to see. Good, good. Have this as buy side. So we just took out buy stops there. Yeah, I do see the SMT on the 5-minute, but I am also weary of how prices reacted at previous bearish order blocks here. Until I see a true break in market structure, I'm not going to take it this long. So higher high. See a shift in market structure south. Let's see. We have a 1-minute fair value gap down here. It needs to support it here. That fair value gap must be supported, otherwise it's going to continue lower. It's within a bullish breaker right this moment on the 1-minute. Low, high, lower, low, higher, high. Bearish breaker, or bullish breaker rather. But again, we have not created this is the first higher high that we've created on the 1-minute time frame. We still haven't created anything on the 15-minute time frame. It's still a lower high, lower low, lower high potentially. Yeah, Dow is definitely higher than both of the other indices for sure. Okay. I just went long. This tight stop loss here. That was probably the worst place to go long, actually. I might close out. I'm going to close out here. I'm going to wait for a better entry. I'm going to enter long on this fair value gap down here. And I'm going to hope that I get a piece of this for sure. As I do see some relative equal lows forming on the short time frame. It's 119. Might not get it. Entered again. it comes back down to that bullish order block, I will enter again as well. Seeing institutional order flow entry drill on lower time frames. So okay, good. Stops are being respected there. So we can move our I'm gonna move my stops in profit just because I don't want to mess around here. If it drops, it's gonna drop pretty quickly. Using the mean threshold of that wick. So I got stopped out there. Totally fine with it. Let's see, 15 minutes, 5-minute. We still haven't created a short-term high yet on it. We are still below this bearish order block here. So we would need to get above this bearish order block if I'm gonna feel confident that we can say that we had a market structure shift to the upside here. I don't think we have yet. I think it might respect it. So that's why I'm staying quite nimble here. Now, if it does come and shift above this short-term high that's now going to be created within the next 10 minutes or so, that I would find interesting. Let's see what oil is doing over here. Oil has been trading in a 10, 20, 30 point range, ultimately being bought up for the most part, it seems. Bullish order blocks are now being respected, it looks like. Okay. Phoenix AVS is time and distance. We also need to see here at this point. Yes, 100%. 9:30. How much exchange money, exchange time, wise and time. AM's now entering lunch. Tend to retrace at least 50%. I don't know if we retrace 50%. Lunchtime retracement's already happened. Lunchtime run on stops has already happened, rather. We are now looking into what is going to happen next here. We need to see the 5-minute close and then create another 5-minute candle above that. Otherwise, we don't have any, like on the 15-minute, if you look at here, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower high, lower low. This is possibly a lower high as well. Where could it be going? Well, there's this 15-minute order block, bullish order block, within a fair value gap that's within a bullish order block on the 15-minute time frame. There's an hourly order block that also covers that range. So I'm thinking that we head lower for the time being. If we aren't heading lower and we need to support this buy side imbalance right here, right now, We need to support it. We can't close below the midpoint of it. Markets and price action. One thing to keep in mind as well is that if you look at ES, Nasdaq, and YM on the daily chart, and look at that high to lower high SMT diversion on the higher time frame. That's kind of why I'm framing this as potentially to the downside from here. Obviously, it's in a consolidation zone, so both of us can be right in short periods of time. So, okay. Ooh, looks like I missed a nice little oil run there. Okay, so it looks like it's respected that buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, and we potentially create a higher low here. That's promising. We received this higher low here. I mean, technically we created one here as well. But us respecting this buy side imbalance is kind of like what I was looking for. It is almost 130 as well, so we might start to see some movement here. Let's see. A leg into one. All right. It's looking like it's starting to start its trek to the upside. Okay. Went back down. Let's see if we can get something forming out of this. Okay. We got a full position now. And we'll take off 10. When we hit this short-term high. keep our stop well in the safety zone. Okay, sell stops got taken there. Good. 1 minute volume imbalance got taken as well. Right here. We don't want to see that traded through again. We want to see that left open, if at all possible. Okay, so far it's not holding. But it is consolidating quite a bit here, so that's promising. So we're seeing a lot of buy stop spikes here. I'm curious if that means we are trying to get shorts out before we head lower, or if that means we are truly trying to get some shorts out so we can push price much lower. That's what I'm a little worried about. Uh-oh. Yeah, price doesn't look like it wants to stay lower. It looks like it might want to head lower here. It is battling quite a bit at that volume imbalance, though. That's a good thing. That is definitely a scary spike down, for sure. If we don't see a price supported here, it's going to go to take out the short-term lows and head down to that discount buy-side imbalance. No question about that. We need to see price supported like right now. Yeah, it could be going down to that 4-hour fair value gap. Yeah, absolutely. I would prefer it not, but I would prefer that this holds it here, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get that chance. Now, that would be really sad if it just went down to take out my stops just to go north from here. Figured I could reverse it from here. But apparently it just wants to seek and destroy. Look at that. It just went straight down to my stops there and then completely bounced. How irritating is that? Especially if it starts to rally here, like that would be really ridiculous. Oh, it's gonna start rallying. Starting to see it shift to the upside again. I'll close it out if I see another take on buy stops. Oh, today is kind of tilting for sure. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's supporting that area quite well, though. That buy side imbalance. I'm going to let this get stopped out if it goes above the volume imbalance there. I don't want to take it any further. That's a little bit too painful. Oh, that's so tilting. Yeah, it does look like this buy side imbalance does seem to be supporting it for now, though. I mean, unless it just completely drops out of here. Maintains that bearish movement. Ninety 66, 56, 40. Okay. Yeah, it does seem to be supporting this quite well. So if this starts to rally, we're in trouble. If we see closure below this, though, we could treat this as an inversion fair value gap, but it does seem to be being bought up for the most part. So we would need to see some sharp movement below, maybe return to there for a return to there for I don't know. Take 5 off here. I shouldn't come all the way back up to this, the bottom of this fair value gap. So we'll leave price roughly at the bearish order block there on the lower time frame. I'll take profit at this short-term low here. But we have decidedly begun a descent lower. And until we reach this short-term low down here, 15,827.50. Those are some levels that we'll keep in mind. If we get a continued movement below the short-term low here, if we can get below there, then we will likely head down towards our first target. We have taken out the rejection block here too, so I'm keeping that in mind. Typical algo movement right now, trading in a range. Of course, it then takes us out. Of course it does that. Okay, so this is non-farm payroll week trading. So we created a higher low on that one as well. Still remains to be seen if we are continuing upwards from here. We would need to break above that buy side imbalance here in order to continue upwards. The oil seems to be selling off for the most part. So right now, I mean, if we take a look at where we're at a pretty deep discount. There are areas of liquidity below us that we can potentially hit. I'm still of the notion that it may still do that. However, if we trade above this buy side imbalance, then I may treat this as a potential inversion fair value gap, but for the time being, I'm going to assume that we are headed lower still, even though we've kind of been going up and down all day. My assumption is that we are still headed lower until we see evidence otherwise. Okay, again, we're supporting that buy side imbalance. We have nothing really to go off of right this moment. If price heads downwards here, I would not be surprised if we continue to head lower, but I'm also considering that we have had quite a few marks to the downside, and we actually had a higher low on the 15-minute. Even though we saw an SMT divergence on the 5-minute charts, it did not play through. We got little bits of scalps here and there, but that's about it. I mean, we weren't able to capitalize on very much of that. So we've given up quite a bit in this, trying to think that we are moving upwards. It still could, but I prefer seeing us take out key areas of liquidity first. And right now, so we should be able to actually get rid of this. This is no longer relevant. This we can also get rid of. It's no longer relevant. And this is creating a bullish flag, which leads me to think that they're going to drop this thing at those relative equal lows. What time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. It did break out of this range. If we see it start to bounce off of that BISI, then we might take this upwards. Uh, 10 minutes till 2 o'clock, so this macro should show us the way here. Okay, so it's taking out buy stops here. We'll enter. Enter it again, average in. we see that it immediately rejected off of that, so we'll see. Looks like it might head lower. Got rid of that position pretty quickly. Traded down to a bullish order block, so I'll re-enter. If it can hold above this volume imbalance, it would be ideal. Okay. Layer in here as we retrace. Seeing pretty good price reaction there, so that's good. We want to see that. Let's take some profits off. At key levels. Okay, let's maintain this 250 to 3 o'clock run. There's a few sell side intermediate term high that we see above us. We'll keep that in mind. We want to see this macro continue forward and treat this as a major shift in market structure is what we want to see. If it's going to go somewhere, it's going to get there in a hurry, whether it's down or up. It's almost 2 o'clock as well, so keep that in mind. All right, we're at the low of a previous new week opening gap. We have traded down all day. We're currently in a spot where we have potential to run. If we do, we should see some big green candles as we get into 2 o'clock. All right, so we've de-risked now. So if it trades against us, so be it. If not, then we have our take profit levels defined. We hope it doesn't go against us, but I mean, anything can happen, right? It's almost 2 o'clock after all. We want to see these all respected here. All of this respected. We want to see that. We see bullish order block respected here, traded down to, respected. So this could come all the way down to here. Stop us out potentially. But so far, it's being respected there. So that's a pretty good sign there. And we want to see a run up above here and a run above here as well. Three minutes till 2 o'clock, so we need to see what direction they want to take it at 2 o'clock. We have short-term high right here. Could possibly serve as buy side, so okay. We're heading up to the second area of buy side, which is up here. So we'll take some profit when it hits this high of 15885.75. Should take that at least out, and then we can move our stop up as well. So there we go. We can move our stop up. We'll take profit at the next area of take profit we will take is over here on this short-term high. And we have trailed our stop loss up so that we cannot lose anything further. So we've taken out buy side liquidity, an intermediate term buy side liquidity. So that's why we trailed our stop loss up so high. We'll see if we reject from here or if we continue forward. So we'll take 5 more off at that short-term high. We want to see it bounce off the top of this here and then head over to take out new week opening gap and then head in a rush upwards. We don't want to see this do what it's doing right now. We don't want to see it close below. Because it could treat this as a rejection block now, and it could completely reverse as well. So you have to watch out for that. Need to see how things close. If it closes above it, then we're in probably a good shape. If it closes below it, we are headed for some lower price action. We close below it. So now we need to see, is price willing to support that, or are people trying to get out now, and we'll head lower. Now we are past the midway point of this new week opening gap, so I think we'll rush to the new week opening gap high here. So at this point, if we don't rush towards it, we're going to retrace and it'll cut us off. It does look like there's selling being done here. I'm going to move my stop just below this volume imbalance though. Actually, we'll see if we continue here. Again, don't take any trades. I'm not licensed to give trading advice, financial advice by the CFTC. Take your trades at your own risk. Only and if and only your model approves of it and that you decide that you want to take the trade. Okay, so it's good that we saw a candle close above this. We want to see this bullish order block respected here. So I'm going to trail my stop up to the low of that bullish order block. We want to see that respected. So far, we do, except now we don't. So this is the kind of stuff that is possible here. Like, we could see large people who have been long get out of their positions, right? So what's the high here? That's fine. We can keep those as price targets. More than likely, we'll get stopped out there. So it is what it is. All right, so that's good though. Let's see. Phoenix AVS Market Gods. Thank you for our friend in trading business and the baggage. Bring from stock AAK the crystal ball. Yeah. Yeah, so we consider this to be a 5-minute shift in market structure. So what can we head down to now? Well, there's this fair value gap on the 5-minute here. I think that is fair value. Let me get rid of this one here. Rid of this. Rid of this. So I think we could possibly head down to that portion. There's a bullish order block here, short-term low here. So I would like to see if we can maybe take, I mean, it could go all the way down to here too. I'm not lamenting that it has to, but I would like to see it come back down to at least this bullish order block here before continuation. We need to determine whether or not this is a true market structure shift or this is just a oh, F4 market edge. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It doesn't quite make up for the crappier trades earlier today, but I'll take it. So we can't tell if this is just a run on stops to head lower yet. But we do see on the 15-minute that we've created a short-term high, and then we will be creating another short-term high up here soon too. So that does mean we have, and coupled with this higher low, that kind of starts to tell us, the market's trying to tell us, hey, we are on our way back up, right? So basically, I'm waiting to see if price can get below this short-term low into this bullish order block on the 1-minute time frame. There's no imbalance down on the 5-minute, no imbalance on the 15-minute. So we're keeping an eye out to see where, if around this area, on the 5-minute buy side imbalance, where in that will it potentially continue? Okay. And keep in mind, the weekly chart is still pretty weak. It's still pretty black. A big black candle. But we've come up quite a bit from where it began, so. Okay. All right, we're seeing a little bit of movement from that bullish order block on the lower time frame. Not enough. Not enough yet, but we're seeing some. No SMT divergences on the lower time frames yet. Does look like it bounced from actually a 5-minute. 5 minutes, you could consider this large candle here. Let's remove those for now. $15,890, the next price target I'm looking for. Yeah, I mean, let's see, it's 2 o'clock, so I would look for the ICT silver bullet trade. I think it's going to be that fair value gap on the 5-minute that we trade down to. This one here. So I will go along if we make it down there. Oh. It went down to the new week opening gap low and stopped there. So let's see if it gives us our entry. Can layer in down here at the volume imbalance. Actually, I'm gonna close out of this for now. I don't know. I have a weird feeling about this one. If I see it bounce that, if I see it bounce off of that buy side imbalance, I'll take a retracement into a bullish order block. But I need to see it bounce and bounce quickly. I have a weird feeling that it potentially could just drop out here as well. Sorry, I was trading oil for a second there, so I know I wasn't speaking with anybody, but oh, look at that. My goodness, what a drop down. So you can kind of see the fair value gap that they took out there. It went straight to that fair value gap and then institutional order entry drill. I wasn't paying attention to NASDAQ. Otherwise, that would have been a very, very good entry there. We can remove this one. We can remove this as well. So institutional order flow entry drill. Higher low as well. Higher high, higher low, higher high. Made a quick few hundo on oil on that nice little beautiful, beautiful, juicy little drop over there. And let's see. All of those buys have been sold into pretty heavily, so I'm thinking that instead of this being more of a discount buy, let me take a look at the 90 and the 4-hour here. Yeah, I'm thinking instead of that being a discount buy for a reversal, I'm feeling like it's heading down even further here. There is some internal range liquidity to be taken still, but this is not a market I enjoy trading in. I enjoy trading oil, though. That one's a fun one. Let's see. What is the target on this? $15,890. Yeah, $15,899 is the real price target. If it can get up there, yeah. Absolutely. But I am not seeing bullish things on the 4-hour chart. We've already taken off down through a large portion of premium, and we're closing in on, we are in discount right now, so that 4-hour, let me move this to represent the 4-hour. This box that I'm moving right now, this represents the 4-hour fair value gap, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. $874. I would be, I mean, yeah, it's still formed higher lows, higher highs, so yeah, I can see that play. I just given the nature of today's price action, I can't get myself to really go long right now, even though, I mean, it could just spike. I mean, that's really true. I do need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh, look at that, Phoenix. That was a good long. Hope you took some profit there. Let me get this 5-minute chart back to normal so you can see. Yeah. I have a feeling we're going to head down to there, but we'll see. All right, there we go. We want to see this big motion there. That's exactly what we wanted. Nice movement down, and we want to see that fair value gap traded below and then respected. We don't want to see it trade too much higher than this. We want to see it drop. With some power if we're going to see it go lower. But maybe it just stops us out and then prevents us from getting our max amount. But 220 looks like this buy side imbalance seems to be protected pretty well. I need to see if they completely rip it out and take out these relative equal lows down here. That'll be in the next area of profit. We might get taken out here though. We trailed our stop a little bit too low there, in my opinion. But it respected that a bearish order block on the lower time frame. So that's what I was framing my trade off of. And see this lower time frame bearish order block here. I'm hoping that that remains. That does not supersede that buy side imbalance that you see there. But what I would like to see is us to trade through this buy side imbalance completely, then treat it as an inversion fair value gap, heading for these relative equal lows, heading for weekly, this weekly premium BISI high. That's what I would like to see. So we need to see some big black candles go below here to take us even lower. And we will aim for, actually this short-term low would be ideal. Right at the height of this fair value gap there. So it could support here though. I mean, we did see a small market structure shift to the upside, so this could definitely be supported here. We're keeping that in mind. And we might get stopped out here. There we go. So we got stopped out there. It looks like it continued to rally. What time is it for 220? Pretty strong rally from that segment there. So, I mean, I like it. I want to see it explode above now, if at all possible. So this here, so market structure shift back to a fair value gap and continuation higher. So let's see. Okay, let's see what happens here. Do we have enough juice? Okay. Best case, we head up to here. And then sell 15 here. Let's see if we can get this bullish run at least up to that short-term high up there. Down to a volume imbalance. Okay, so we're starting to head back down. Do we treat this like a movement lower? And it does look like it's completely reversed on us. Typical. Love NFP trading. So much fun. Let's see. All right, so obviously, uh-oh, looks like I need to take a bit of a leave here. Is it gonna head down from here? Aim for those relative equal lows? Or is it gonna spike back up in true NFP fashion? Seek and destroy. Pretty crazy the swings that have happened today. Would have been just fine and better off not trading NFP, but so it is. So be it. Of course, it starts to head up now. We'll see if it gets supported here or not. Good. That's what we want to see. All right. Is it going to range? Will it break out? 2:30 p.m. and it's at the low of that new week opening gap here. So if it rejects from here, then we might end up just continuing the range and not really helping anybody out. If we can break out of this range, then we have a possibility of reaching for some of the short-term highs that we see up there. Few short-term highs there. Okay, that's good. We like to see those signatures. Let's see if we can get a big run for that high of 15,888. Let's see if that macro can run. We'll sell 15 here. Okay, so we've taken out another short-term high here. Now there are a couple of short-term highs here, so we're gonna watch price, see if it has the juice to continue forward and squeeze out any late shorts. I have confidence that we'll head up to take out those relative equal highs there, as that is a bearish order block as well, ultimately. Okay, so maybe it fails here. And let's see. We would prefer it doesn't fail here and it continues, obviously. But perhaps it does need to retrace a bit before it takes out those highs. Well, we want to see shorts coming in here because that means they can, the algorithm can then take them and squeeze them out to reach their final goal. So if the algorithm is spooling, then it's going to be spooling in a particular direction towards a goal. And that goal right now, in my opinion, is the relative equal highs up here. But we might get stopped out on this run downwards. We're hoping that this bullish order block can support it, but apparently not. NFP trading, everybody. So let's see, a little bit out of drawdown here. Re-enter here. So I'm thinking that we came down, we took out this buy side imbalance here, and I want to treat this as like an institutional order flow entry drill. I would prefer it not to trade back down there if at all possible. Come on, give me my entry there. Okay, that's good. We'll take off 5 around there. Okay, so we are still looking to see if this is going to head up to this sell side imbalance. Lower price target 15,891. Yep, can see that too. All right, let's see. Lower price target, let's see, 15,891. Yeah, I think that there's a couple of price targets to the upside for sure. Again, like, do not take any of my trades. They may not pan out as you may think. Only take trades that you yourself have done research on and plan to be okay with the risk surrounding them. Let's see. So we wait. Okay, that's the macro we wanted. 1440. Now we should be able to de-risk here with relatively low risk of price coming all the way back down to stop us out here. But it is an NFP week, so that could have just been a spike up to get some longs long so they can rip it back short. We never know. So as you can see, we got stopped out there. Yep. This is NFP. I mean, this is not the easiest of price action to trade. Very, very difficult to trade. We shouldn't technically be trading this. There's no supporting, like, none of these concepts are really supporting. They switch very frequently. NFP generally is not a fun and a high probability time to trade in general. But what I do see us forming is a bearish flag. And for those, typically I'll see those be respected quite well. Oops. I used a little bit too much leverage there, but it's okay. Oh, woo, what happened there? That was odd. Uh-oh. Might be on offsides here. Let's see. I will wait until 1550 last 10-minute macro. Consolidation drives me nuts. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. That macro is really nice at the end of the day. 1550 macro is really, really, it can be quite explosive immediately at 4 o'clock too. Yeah, consolidation kind of sucks for sure. think we're at the beginning end of a market maker, a smaller time frame market maker buy model, but if this rips downwards, then that will invalidate my initial thoughts here. Okay, that's good. That's what we want to see. Let's see some more of that. All right, let's see you support price here. Want to see any sells be bought up for the most part. This is forming a bear flag, which I like. I like to see that. I like to see retail concepts form, because generally that will mean that people will tend to fade these. Okay. So price is starting to head on its way down. A little bit worrisome here, for sure. Yep, this might not work out in our favor here, unfortunately. Because it's probably going to spike down below this short-term low that we have our targets below here. As that would be where fair value is at, right? So I imagine shorts will win here. Because I don't want to see price go below that new week opening gap at all. If it does, then, well, we're toast. And we shouldn't have been buying in consolidation anyways. Yep, we're toast. I don't know why I was so adamant that this was going to go higher. I mean, I'll re-enter now, but yeah, Guess I misjudged that one. Let's try a different account. So consolidation generally looks like we were entering poorly on the higher end of the consolidation range. Generally, that's a no-no. If you're going to enter on the higher end, the premium side, you want to be shorting. I was hoping that that would be enough touches to the upside in order to take this up further. But it does seem like it will continue to sell and juke around until we get to the end. So oh boy. Well, the good thing is we started the day off on a good note, but unfortunately we ended on a pretty poor set of trading. And it is the afternoon session on a non-farm payroll week after all. So non-farm payroll week, afternoon session, don't trade. So the question is does this reach downwards at the very last end of the day, or does it continue to consolidate and creep upwards? It has been traveling down for the majority of the day, yeah, but we haven't seen displacement. We've only seen consolidation. So I still see movement down to the downside as potential. But I don't necessarily like that it's forming a bear flag though. That's kind of weird to me. But alas, avoid the afternoon session is what he says to avoid. The morning sessions for non-farm payroll Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is fine, but you need to be done trading the morning sessions. Because the afternoon, I mean, they're just waiting for Friday mornings. ADP. Sorry. Friday mornings ADP. Oh well. Now it's heading lower. That's interesting. This one. Let's see. Easy to say, hard to do. NFP trading, yeah, absolutely. Closed my trade, yeah. I should have closed my laptop after I had a great morning otherwise, but apparently I did not, so. And now we're getting chopped the hell up in the afternoon session here. Well, if this goes and creates a lower low here, then I will put my stop loss at about 815, 868, and then if price gets down to where it needs to be, then great. If not, then it stops me out. Actually, I want it to be... That should be fine. Okay, this is probably the last trade. I might close. I need to see. Haven't eaten lunch at all yet, so I might go do that while we wait for the last few minutes. Come back. Last few minutes there. I'm gonna go off and maybe look for some food real quick. Kind of hungry. Been here all day. So we'll let this trade ride, and if it takes profit, great. If not, it stops out in profit. Fantastic. And we'll go from there. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. That's a nice little trade. Now 15,870. Down to 15,838. 25, 30 some points. See what you got here. So you took a quick little scalp to the upside. Nice, nice. Okay. Let's see. Am I back in the green? No, not on that Apex account 41. That one's blown. I misjudged how much room I had to work with. So one more goner. That's fine. I have 6 more coming, but I'm green on my main account. That's my bigger account. And then green on the mornings account and green on the afternoon trade that I took as well on this account. There's no more moves. We could see something at the end of the day, but because we've already reached a key area of liquidity, I would be surprised if there's a move in the last macro run today. Yeah. So I don't know if markets and price action is still here, but if it is, I'm wondering if it just consolidates into the end of the day. You know? Yeah, I mean, heading north right now, but does it stick though? These are pretty good 10 handle ranges though at the end of the day. See what else we've got here. Ooh, that's a nice move. I'd be curious if it makes it back up to that mitigation block. Oh, there's actually one lower down here. Yeah, absolutely. Keep your gains, man. That's awesome. Yep. So just recap. Oh, Kirk, good job, good job. Yeah, 10 handles is great in this type of environment. 10 handles is safe. 10 handles is reasonable. 10 handles is consistent. Had I not been waiting for larger moves, I would have been exited in many of my accounts and I would have been at a profit. So um, perhaps that'll be the next move is go for 10 handle days again. I used to do that with E-mini. I used to pass accounts using 5 handles only, 5.25 handles only. Mm. Yeah, it has to get past this mitigation block first, but yeah, we could certainly go. Mm, let's see, on the 4 hour, we took out some stops there. We go back to the daily real quick. So on the daily, after heading down, okay, yeah, I mean, it really does feel like it's going to head back south, in my opinion. Um, just in preparation for the weekly expansion, but it is a non-farm payroll week, so it could just kind of head back all the way back up to the new week opening gap at some point and just kind of chill. Um, it could do that at the end of Thursday in preparation for Friday, meaning it could close back up to the new week opening gap of the week. Uh, right now, it looks as if it's had a small market structure shift. I think the thing that was missing from the earlier market structure shift was true displacement to the upside. That's one thing that we missed. That's one thing that was not there, and there was continuation of consolidation as we were in the lower half of a market maker sell model. So, for instance, um, I'm gonna take a short right here, and we'll put the we'll take this short to the low of the fair value gap for let's say now we traded above there, so we aren't sure if it will go, but um we would like to see it continue to trade downwards based on our premise that there's a weekly imbalance that we are now trading beneath and that we want to be able to trade um, below. My premise is such that we want to head deeper into that weekly imbalance to find liquidity. I believe that that's where liquidity will lie. So as you can see, we're getting some really interesting sells here, getting some really weird price action in the last few minutes here. What could this be leaning or aiming for? Well, could be the low of 15,768. It could be the high of the other hourly fair value gap here. What's that high? 15,789. We could get stopped out completely, actually. But my thesis is that we'll head lower. So, I mean, if it starts to retrace because we've come down way too much today, then, and we've hit a buy side imbalance, then so be it, you know. I can understand that price flow. But I also want to trade in the direction of my liquidity draw, which is that weekly imbalance. So now, as you can see, I think in the final minutes we'll end up heading down to the low end of that fair value gap on the hourly chart. I hope, at least. Which is also that 4-hour fair value gap down there. So otherwise we'll get stopped out. I don't think it's too late, just, you know, I think this stop deserves being up here at least. Oh, there we go. So what I mentioned, we head down into that area. We had a lot of buys come into play. And let's see what happens here. Market has a mind of its own. Yes, maybe, but that doesn't beat draw on liquidity. But the market has a mind of its own. Pokes the 827 and got the 618. There you go. So here, last 9 minutes, we want to see big candles. We want to see the low end of this fair value gap tagged. And then there's also a fair value gap even lower on the 15-minute, if you can see it here. So now we should be able to see the low end of the fair value gap should get tagged shortly. And we should see us potentially head even lower into the 15-minute fair value gap. So should see some big black candles here shortly. Come on. Should be one little last push to take out some of the rest of those buy side and those people trying to buy at that low right there. Volume bar, total red. I don't use volume bars, so that's news to me. So here we'll take our first 2 profit there. We'll move our stops to above this short-term high. And then we will take our limit order and tie it up to this high of 15,799. TD, today's your best day. Awesome, Disco. Great. Greetings from Switzerland. Awesome, awesome. Love Switzerland. I got to actually tour Switzerland, Dusko, at some point. I flew into Geneva, went down into Annecy, and then did a zigzag. Went to Bern, went to Interlaken, went to Lucerne. Phenomenal country. I love Switzerland. It's one of my favorite countries of all time. Love. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Let's get to the 799. Come on, man. Let's get some love. Let's see some love here. We want to see the low end 1570.99.75. We'll see if we can get down there. How many trades do we take today? Oh, you got 17 accounts, Dusko? Congratulations, man. I actually blew some of mine, so I need to go back to one account at a time. So, kudos. Keep it up, Dusko. Let's meet in Switzerland. I would need to know how to speak German and French. I think I might have some Swiss franc from before the Euro days. I have euros for sure, but I have some Deutschmarks from when I went to Germany a long time ago. I've also got some French, what was it before? I forget what they called their currency. 5-minute candle hasn't closed yet. Boom. So now we can de-risk completely and let it run down to the 1570.99.75 point. So no, not kidding at all. No, not kidding at all. Switzerland was one of my favorites. It's just a different. It's so different of a country. I mean, you walk through Switzerland and it just the air is cleaner. The scenery makes you feel at ease. Except for Lucerne. Lucerne was not nearly as fun. It was really much more businessy. It was a lot more finance, businessy. So I wasn't a huge fan of Lucerne. It wasn't bad, but it was okay. It was okay. It's going lower, Jonathan. Yes, it is, but there's only a few minutes left, so I think that I can leave my stop there, and then if it stops out, it can stop it out. I can trail it even tighter so that maybe it stops it out sooner. Either it hits the target or it stops me out in mega profit. So there. Now I'm stopped out. If it goes up, then it will stop out. If not, so be it. So remember, I'm targeting the low end of this 15-minute fair value gap here. High of this is 15,799.75. Let's see if we get there. And of course, we have our fair value gap on the hourly beneath us. I do think that we target that when we move forward. About 3 minutes left. We will continue to constrict our trade by moving our stop loss above the most recent short-term high. Disco, Yes, good to see you. I will be trading live tomorrow as well. I hope tomorrow will be just as good of a day, minus this one blown account. The others were very green though, so very happy with this trade. Come on, give me that last run. Switzerland meetup. Yeah, that'd be nice. Someday. Someday for sure. Okay, so looks like we got stopped out. About $100 in profit, which is great. Overall today, maybe $400, $500, $600, $700 between 1, 2, 3, 4 accounts. So, happy with that. Not happy with the blown account. That was a little reckless, knowing that we were. I need to go with my gut, not thinking that we were going short. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that the key was seeing the daily get taken in the morning. I think that was key. Okay. So shorts should be covering now. Now that's the end of the day. So, buys on close. All right. So I think that's it though for today, team. I need to go to pick up some groceries, so I'm gonna head out and do that. But had a great time trading with everybody, and want to say thank you for everyone who tuned in today. Always glad to see you here. We are at a total of 839 subscribers. That's insane. So very happy to see everyone here, see you and continue to trade and grow. A lot of you are probably going to grow faster than me, but that's okay. You know, everyone at their own pace. And yeah, I mean, glad we all got a little bag today. Hopefully, if you didn't, then it's okay. You know, monitor your trade, take a look back at the strategy, spend some time on the weekend and study like I did. I'll be studying in the evening as well. So yeah, I think that's it for today. And I'll try to be on later on tonight around 9:30 to prep for tomorrow's price action, and maybe also review today's price action as well. So with that, take care, everybody. You kept your money from the AM and more money in the PM. I kept it all. Awesome. Great job, Phoenix. You killed it. That's a Wednesday if I've ever heard of one. Absolutely. All right. Well, congratulations keeping the bag. We'll continue to grind. Excuse me. We'll continue to kill it. So thank you all. Good seeing you. And we will catch up later on tonight. That's a wrap. Take care. See ya. Appreciate you, Phoenix. Love you, man. All right. Take care, everybody. Take care.